Hello there, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Super Casperless, a unique and experimental episode, that is. I am Zantok, otherwise known as Lister, and that is Jonno, otherwise known as John. Why?
Hello, everyone.
I am
I
filled with
like
dread.
waffles.
Okay, I prefer pancakes.
Well,
I don't.
I
I
suppose
don't. Oh god, we're gonna get on this topic. Fuck.
I suppose it's not. Yeah, maybe it's more than enough waffling, and we should just get right on into things.
Yes, because people are wrong both like, oh, get the syrup to trap in the holes. I don't want it to pool in the holes. No.
As many people would agree that they don't want things to pool in the holes.
Unless you're playing pool.
Yeah, that's one way to take it.
Yes. Anyways, so much like how last season we had our
I
little
like
smash.
playing pool. I'm not very good at it.
Okay.
To
Much.
wield a long stick, it's very unwieldy. Okay.
Are you done? Thank you. Much like last season, where we had our experimental Smashtopia live, where we made two movesets for different Pokemon. Uh, well, live. We hadn't discussed what they were going to look like beforehand. This time around, we're doing a roster live. But this isn't like a normal Smash for this roster. This roster isn't being done in a normal way. This roster has some rules to it, some mechanics, a gimmick, if you will. And as you can tell, well, actually, I guess I should mention this. If you are listening to this podcast and you're not watching it, you're going to be missing pretty much how the entire game will play out visually. Because what we have in front of us here is two 10 by 10 grids. The first being labeled Nintendo, the second one being labeled Capcom, because we are making a Nintendo versus Capcom roster. Now, right now, there's no characters on the grid. They'll get there. But how this is going to work, I'm going to drag a few randomized characters out onto the grid as an example of how this will look. So bear with me a moment. I didn't want to make the grid before we started things. I wanted to have it all be done live.
Yeah.
So I put up here a 4x4 example of characters here. So how this is going to
Hmm.
happen is I'm going to be running a randomizer that will give me two digits from 1 to 10, and that's going to point to a grid coordinate. So let's say the grid points to Ravio. Ravio's spot on here. So what we are going to look at rather, is Ravio and every character in the same column and row as Ravio. So in this example, that will include Ravio, Ray Mark III, Waluigi, Lucario, Ayumi Tachibana, Zelda, and Paper Mario. Jono and I are then going to go through these characters in a hopefully quick manner and determine which of these characters would we put in a Nintendo versus Capcom roster. And in some cases, kind of like our Smash Dashes, it will be a you can only have one. Sometimes it might be you have to have one. It's just going to be luck of the draw with how this is going to work out. So let's say, for example, we pick Waluigi because we are crazy. So Waluigi makes it on the roster. And then all those other characters, well, not actually, no, slight modification. The other characters that Ravio intersected with don't matter anymore. Now we only care about the characters that Waluigi intersects with, which in this case is Ray Mark III, Ravio, Lucario, Pikachu, Meta Knight, and Bowser, or Bowser Jr. And now all of those characters are eliminated. So even though Pikachu, Meta Knight, and Bowser Jr. weren't up for debate, since Waluigi shares a row with them, they're gone for now. For now.
Hmm.
And we're going to keep on doing that until we have picked 10 characters. That's going to be so that we'll have one character in every row and every column. And that's going to be the first 10 characters that we put on the roster for that side. After that, we will clear the board of all characters except for the ones that were chosen. So Waluigi is still selected green, all the other characters are now available again. And we will now do a round two, go into that same process. And we'll do this three times for each grid until we have a total of 30 characters on each side for a 60 character roster of Nintendo versus Capcom. Now, hopefully, this goes
Mhm.
relatively quickly, relatively smoothly. I've been doing these kinds of things, the same great game on my own, just like testing things out, making sure it all will work out on my side. But this is going to be two people doing it live, and we may have some disagreements, we may have some arguments. I've already decided that if we have a character or a set of characters where we are disagreeing, we are not going to have a tournament of champions situation. We're going to do real quick arguments, and then I'm going to flip a coin if we're still tied. Or rather, I'll do a
Ooh,
randomizer, and like low number will be mine, high number will be Jono's, just to keep it nice and simple.
sweet.
Now,
Okay, this is exciting.
yeah, I'm pretty curious how this is going to go. Now the characters are on the grid yet. Here is a little peek at some of them here. Some of these characters will be ones that we've talked
Oh.
about on the show before, but then we've also got a good selection of ones that haven't been talked about on the show before. And not every character that is playable in Smash Bros. Is on the Nintendo side of the roster. There are some that are missing, and there are some characters that we've talked about a good deal in a hard argumentative fashion that are missing because we just don't want to do that again. But at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be randomizing the characters from both Nintendo and Capcom and putting them on the grid. And since I'm going to need to concentrate during that, I am going to surrender the talking portion to Jono, and I have great fear in what that will mean. So, Jono, the floor is yours while I do this.
Okay. Well, for starters, I think that this is a good time to remind everyone that pool is actually not how we used to play that game in the modern day format. That is, we play American pool, which descended from a game popular from the early to late 1800s called 15 ball pool, where there are 15 balls that you're tasked with hitting into respective holes on the pool board. Uh, Prior, it was known as billiards, and billiards doesn't have a quite a history that has been recorded as well as American pool has. But we do know that it starts back as far as the 15th century, which means that Englishmen were playing billiards in the 1400s on. So from the 1400s to the 1800s, billiards was rather popular and it still is today. What I'm curious about, and there isn't a big answer, there's a major answer out there that I can find is why are the pool balls colored the way that they are colored? Um, and why are some of them striped and some of them are solid colors? It doesn't seem like it's like even or odds. Like the 10 is a striped blue ball and the 11's a striped red ball. Then the 1's a red ball. The 15's a striped red or orangish ball. It's kind of across the grid, but I think whatever we can agree upon is that we all have a favorite ball. As a kid, I had no idea how to play pool. Only recently did I really start playing it with our mutual friend Gabe. Uh, Whenever we have a pool table around, he keeps one in his pocket. Um, but I don't know. I'm attracted to the 10 ball. It's the one with the blue stripe. I think that's fairly in vogue and fashionable. Um, I think Lister's favorite is probably the solid red number 7. Although, if I recall, his favorite number is number 1 because, like Waluigi, he is number 1. Waluigi also, he was on our podcast last season, season 5. I interviewed him for a couple of hours, and it was a rather fruitful discussion. I recommend that everybody goes back and checks that out if they haven't yet. But what more can one really say about Waluigi and balls? So I guess we're going to move on to some dolphin jokes. Who likes a good dolphin themed joke? Because I can tell you, I have a handful here, and they are sure to make a splash. I think you'll find them fantastic, and you'll say you're welcome at the end of them. Uh, why don't dolphins do well in school? Because they work below sea level. What did the dolphin say when he made a mistake? I made a whale of a blunder. That one didn't hit as hard because he had to go for another specimen. A whale is not a dolphin, so the punchline isn't as funny. Why did the dolphin bring a towel to the party? Because they wanted to make a big splash. Classic. If not, well, the setup's a little weak this time. I would say, why did the dolphin bring a flashy and ornate gown to the party, not just a towel? Uh, can you imagine a dolphin belagered in a tasteful gown? How do dolphins make decisions? They flip a fin. What? And why don't dolphins play cards? They're afraid of getting caught in the net. I don't get that one either. Well, I think my favorite one, when we adjust it to mention the gala gown, is number 3. That one was pretty decent. Um, hmm, I don't know what else to really share right now. Like what is my favorite quote that from Lister? I don't know. Um, it might be uh, hmm. Let's explore this a little bit and figure out. Oh, I remember. It's I love. Wow, what a controversial thing to say. I love Mwamba. Yeah, for those of you that don't remember, Wamba is a hero of his people from Colony 9. And then the title Xenoblade Chronicles 3, where he heroically sacrifices himself for the greater good of the people. But my, oh my, what a tragedy that was when he was lost. I was glad that he returned once again. Oh my gosh. One one of Lister's friends on social media has a dolphin as their profile picture. I would say that that is very telling that we were meant to be here today, and just congratulations to the people of the Midwest that let this happen. The Midwest is not congratulated enough for for what they've done right in this world, and we're gonna give them a round of applause today for doing so well in this area of providing us with dolphin themed profile pictures. That reminds me that recently I saw a video rather that Echo the Dolphin is the scariest game ever. Like some people consider Echo the Dolphin like all of the titles on the Genesis. I don't remember offhand if it surpassed the Sega Genesis or it was 1 through 3 was just on that system. That was it. But people consider it a horror series. Some people who want to be kitschy, of course. But it makes a good subreddit read if you're ever that bored and want to kind of explore what people are saying. Um, there are enemies you can't fight back at. It's the level designs tend to be more constrictive, and there are aliens apparently. um, so there are all of those. I think that the most terrifying aquatic franchise that Sega had ever set out to develop was probably Seaman, but it does set a new scope for the Echo the Dolphin franchise to explore and put it through this lens of just being horrifying. And apparently, um, I never got far enough in that game. It was actually kind of difficult for me when I was younger playing it, and it wasn't really the ambiance that made it. So it was the level design was a little awkward to me. I couldn't quite figure out where to go. I will say I didn't get a sense of fun, like entertainment, of like excitement and happiness when playing the game. It's not quite morose, but having these like almost like xenomorph aliens is, I guess that is terrifying, right? Like, what the heck? Lister had apparently seriously entertained the xenomorph being a playable character in the Disney Kingdom Clash episode that we did towards the end of season 5, where we made a Disney themed a Disney Smash roster is what I'm trying to say. There we go. Like, what if Disney made a platform fighter essentially? I was like, oh well, Pete the cat from Mickey Mouse is almost on my list, and he's like, oh, well, the xenomorph was on mine. It's like, what the hell? Also, a character from Buffy, which I didn't realize was owned by Fox, which is now owned by Disney. Disney owns a lot of properties, don't they? There was a kid in the UK who was denied a passport, 7 years old, because his middle name is Skywalker, and the UK agency that was handling this claim had said that they were concerned that there might be a copyright strike um, from Disney on his name, and it's currently, at the time we're recording this episode, in contention, and the parents have gone on to say that the
No, it's
child
not.
is named like
It already got settled a
Loki.
while back.
Was it okay?
Yeah,
Why was it back in the news rotation then? That's
because the
bizarre.
news likes to make sensational things, and it's fun to target Disney.
Yeah,
Also,
Loki,
it's a really dumb
Loki,
situation.
Skywalker, Mowbray.
It's
Like
like
what?
Jesus Christ. I
I would.
was trying to like not interrupt on anything. I was gonna do a whole bit where I pretended where I didn't hear anything. I was like, okay, hold on, there's misinformation. I need to correct this.
Thank you for letting the people know that Loki, Skywalker, Mowbray can travel the world.
Yeah, he already did.
Um, what a ridiculous name, by the way. But
I
still,
mean, yeah.
and the
But
parents were
what's worse,
quoted
people
that
that call that or people that name their child after their favorite Game of Thrones character, not Daenerys, but what was the actual
Tyrion,
title?
of course.
No. What was her title?
Um,
Not Mother Dragon, but like the translated version. They were naming their children that.
I saw the tip of my tongue, and now it's annoying that I can't recall.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Uh, Queen.
Anyways, uh, the grid's built. We've got it here. So we are.
Khaleesi. That's right.
Yeah, Khaleesi. People were naming their children Khaleesi. It's like, please don't.
If there was a HBO um, Smash game, I would have Varys playable.
Um. Well, first of all, multiverses,
Oh yeah, put
which
him in
has
there.
Arya Stark, and if I remember correctly, the Hound was like There's data for the Hound in the game, but I don't think there's any other Game of Thrones characters in yet besides Arya. I think she's the only one so far.
Interesting that they're just sitting on the Hound.
Yeah, not a character that would not who would have been my second choice. Honestly, I would have had Daenerys.
Yeah. Or Varys, of course.
Probably not. He's not exactly a fighter. That said, though, since
Uh,
the grid is now
hot
built,
pie.
let's go ahead and get into things here. I'm going to generate our first set of coordinates. We're going to do Nintendo, Capcom. So again, if you are just an audio listener, you don't have to watch the video, but you might get a little more interest out of seeing the actual grid and seeing how the process works out. So let's go ahead and start off our first grid spot for Nintendo. 11 to 11. Oh, whoops. The ones I've been doing for other things have been double the size, so it's 20 by 20. So I did my number for that. 4-3 is actually what we're going with here, and that's going to be Tingle. Tingle's category is where we are going to be starting off. So let me get us switched over to here. So here I'm going to be placing all the characters that are in debate, and then we're going to be going through them quickly. And then on the bottom side of the screen, that is where the roster itself is going to be uh, finalized, essentially. The characters selected will go down to the bottom. This top section will be the characters that we are currently debating between. So you can see them all being put in here. If you're curious how I'm doing this, I start off with the character in the middle and do all characters above them, then all characters to the right, all characters below, and then finishing up with all characters to the left. Keeps it as an easy pattern. And oh boy, seeing these characters, this is going to be hell. This is going to be hell. Fuck me. I thought about practicing this concept with Nintendo characters. I was just like, no, I don't want to do that because then I'm going to already have some pre-established thoughts, and I don't want to do that. So I've got them all. Ooh, oh, this isn't. Ooh, I didn't fix that to be quite right, but at least we can still see all their. No, we cannot see them all. Oh,
Yeah, it's zoomed in. I see a few
uh,
names. It was
oh, there we go.
correct earlier.
That's good. There we go. I fixed it. I remember there was something I had to do for my settings. It is adjusted. Good. Okay, so we're gonna start off. Jonno, I didn't say this. Where I'm going to be posing the questions of each character to him first, and then I will say if I disagree or not. If I disagree to a strong amount. So
Mhm.
let's begin. Jonno, Tingle or Palutena?
What an amazing first matchup, I must say. Palutena.
Yeah. Golisopod or Lindis?
Win.
Officer Howard from Astral Chain or Fox McCloud?
Oof, buddy. Fox.
Robin from Fire Emblem or Zale from The Last Story?
Fuck. Zale.
I had to say Robin here.
Hmm.
Go ahead and say your pitch on Zale.
uh, with the power of the magic circle draw technique, which this is a great pitch because I forgot what that's called, and this is like one
Gathering.
of my guys. Yes, thank you for helping the cause with the power of the Mark of the Outsider and his gathering ability. He can attract items or which may not be here nor there in this
As a reminder, this is
setting.
it's the 2D fighter like the Marvel's Capcom
Yes,
series. So there wouldn't be any
but he
items.
draw in his foes and then attack them with the power of the ancient barrier. I don't know, he's cool. And he has a lot of weird change attached to him for no reason.
Yeah, I wish those chains were actually used. Meanwhile, Robin, Fire Emblem is a huge series on Nintendo. We've seen how Smash treats it. One of their bestsellers, and Robin and his game Awakening saved the franchise from death, and he's popular.
Yeah.
So that's why my vote is Robin.
And Zale is from a series that so far has been dead since.
Series is giving it more credit than it
Oh,
has.
and he can use a scythe and he knows a blue tiger.
Okay. So putting it again, Jono, Robin or Zale?
It's Robin.
Okay.
Obviously. It
Medu-
was continually obviously. Anyway.
yeah. Medusa from Kid Icarus or Garchomp?
Oh my god. I wanted to clown on this, but I gotta say Medusa. I can't even joke about that one.
Yeah. Yoshi or Bowser Jr.?
Shit. Yoshi.
Yeah. It yeah. Kirby or
Mhm.
Luigi?
Kirby.
Yeah. If it was
Get
Kirby or
fucked, Green
Mario, I'd be like,
Mario.
oh Jesus. Uh
Yeah.
Ganon, not Ganondorf. Ganondorf is actually not in the grid. Regular Ganon is here. Or Dixie
Mhm.
Kong.
Ganon.
Yes. Inkling
Yep.
from Splatoon or Nia from Xenoblade.
Oof. Inkling.
Agreed. And now Palutena or Lindis.
Lynn.
Fox or Robin.
Fox.
I'm actually torn here, but I
Hmm.
don't feel like either way that you would answer this. I'm just gonna go with you on this one because I honestly don't know, and I'm not gonna start an argument.
Yeah.
Medusa or Yoshi.
Yoshi.
Kirby or Ganon.
Mm.
Yeah, this one's hard.
I'm gonna got Kirby.
I'm feeling Ganon,
Okay.
uh, primarily because one of the biggest villains, uh, and I think he's. I don't know this
It
this.
would be easier to translate, I would say.
Yeah. I mean Kirby. If they made Dante work and gave him all of his crazy bullshit, they could just give Kirby different Kirby hats, not do the whole copying thing that Smash did.
Oh
But
crap, that's true.
yeah. But Ganon,
Okay.
Ganon is my vote. Second biggest villain.
I love the idea of a playable Ganon. I love Zelda. Um, wow, I'm gonna have to stick with Kirby. This is gonna have to be a coin flip.
All right, let's go for it. Uh, it's not going to be up on the screen, so just have to trust me. But randomizing 1 through 10. If it's a 1 through 5, it's going to be my pick. If it's 6 through 10, it's going to be Jonno's, and that's going to be the same numbers the whole time through. It is a 10. So Kirby moves on.
Ooh, all right.
Inkling or Rosalina?
Inkling.
And now I got to push
There you
things
go.
up here.
Okay.
Kirby or Fox?
Uh, I'll stick with Kirby on this one.
Agreed. Yoshi or Lindis?
Shit. Um,
And if you ever
yeah,
want to, if you
that's
ever want to
again.
pass it to me to say first, you can.
Okay, I'll pass it to you.
I'm gonna go Yoshi here. Just too big of a thing.
I agree.
Kirby or Yoshi?
Hmm. Kirby.
Kirby or Inkling?
Kirby.
I agree. Kirby is the first character making it onto our roster. There he
Wow.
is. There's the lad.
There he is. There you are, Kirby.
There he is.
Uh, nice. From the dregs of almost being eliminated to that.
Yeah, honestly.
Exciting times.
All right, so now we get back to the grid. Where is Kirby on here? Here he is. So now Kirby is green. He's confirmed that all the characters that are in the same row or column as him are knocked out, and they will have a second chance in the next round. So now Capcom. Our first one is going to be 6-8. Grandmaster Mayo from Strider is where we're going to be starting off
Wow.
here.
Okay.
Yep. The main villain of the Strider series.
Right.
Who,
A
funnily enough,
real
is
piece of
right
work.
next to Strider in the grid. All right. I'm also just for viewers' knowledge. I don't know how long it's going to take to get through. It's possible while the plan is to go for 30 characters on each side, we might stop at 20, or we might keep going. I don't know. It's going to depend on how long things take and how we are feeling on time. Because this is again extremely experimental.
Mm-hmm.
And I apologize if it is crazy, but actually, that apology is actually just for you, Jono, not for the viewers. The viewers can stop at any time. They don't gotta watch this. Unfortunately, you're trapped here with me until we either finish or you decide you've had enough.
Oh no.
All right, so here we go.
You
Grandmaster
know
Met.
things are bad if Lister apologizes to me.
That well, I'm thinking about how your thoughts were after roster redux and those long episodes. You were really not jazzed to do long stuff again.
Oh hell no.
Yeah.
Not 11-hour long things anyway.
So this won't be that long. But starting off with Capcom, Grandmaster Mayo or Strider Hiryu, the main villain and the main hero of the game Strider.
Yeah. Oh, Strider.
Yes.
Yeah.
Samanosuke Akechi from Onimusha, or Tron Bonne from Mega Man Legends. Samanosuke Akechi is the main hero of the of multiple Onimusha games.
Oh, I see. And his primary way of attack is like sword play.
I believe that's him. I think he's samurai like. Let me double check.
Oh, he's been in a lot of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. He's like a sword samurai.
Okay. I guess Akechi Tronbon is cool. Just kind of lower on the pole for me to think about with Mega Man characters.
Fair. I like Tron Bonne a lot in the MVC game. She's actually really fun, and I watched the Legends games, and
Mhm.
she was pretty fun there. But I don't have a problem throwing Onimusha a fun nod here.
Okay.
Babyhead from Captain Commando, or Falcon from Power Stone.
Babyhead, he can give Tronbon some redemption right here.
They
Um,
are both green mech warriors, so
and then Falcon from Power Stone. I like the concept of Power Stone. I just don't know what Falcon's abilities are in general, so I'm going to quickly look that up.
I think he's like
Uh,
fairly standard. He's the main guy, so typically the main guy is
mhm.
pretty regular. Um,
Yeah,
my
yeah,
thoughts
he's
are
a
going
Shoto
Falcon.
basically. Yeah,
Yeah, my thoughts are going Falcon because main guy, and also Capcom recently remembered that Power Stone exists with the
yeah.
second Capcom Fighting Collection. It's like, holy shit, what?
Hmm. Okay, yeah, I'll just say Falcon.
Okay. Zephyr, one of the character classes from Exo Primal, or Astaroth, big demon from Ghosts and Goblins.
Oh crap. Zephyr seems interesting, but I'll have to go Astaroth here.
Yeah. Rashid from Street Fighter V, or Waka from Okami.
God damn it. Um, Waka is an interesting character. He's very floaty. His flute becomes a lightsaber, basically, a dual one, in fact. So there's some fun there. But Rashid is what a wind-based fighter, if I
Yes.
recall.
Yes, he is.
His character design is great. I think he's really neat. I'm actually going to go Rashid here.
As am I. Guile from Street Fighter, or Chuck Green from Dead Rising 2.
Um, hmm. Well, you know what? We just gave Street Fighter something. I'll say Chuck, just to be a zombie man.
I I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Sanson, the original Sanson, not Sanson the Third from MVC2, but Sanson from the NES game, or Michelle Hart from Legendary Wings, a winged gunner character.
Oh, I know who Eric wants to vote for. Sansan.
Agreed. M. Bison, or the classic Mega Man.
Oh my god. um, Mega Man.
Yeah. Maki, one of the leads from Final Fight, versus Akira Kazama from Rival Schools, and the only Rival Schools character to be playable in a Street Fighter game. Well,
Interesting.
technically Sakura, but Sakura was in Street Fighter first.
Hmm. Uh, so what is What are your thoughts here?
I'm. It's kind of interesting because both of them are not the mains. Maki is one of the characters in. It's either like Final Fight 2 or 3, I think. And I believe she's more ninja-like. I think she might have tonfas. Whereas Akira is a kid and she has a like a military like combat style.
Okay.
I
Um,
kind of feel Maki, but it's loose.
yeah. Same. We'll say Maki then.
All right, back to the top. Strider Hiryu or Suminosuke Akechi?
Strider.
Yeah. Falcon or Astaroth?
Astaroth.
I'm actually going Falcon.
Okay. Flip the coin.
Let's flip. That is a 7. We're going Astaroth.
Oh,
Rashid or Chuck Green?
Rashid.
Sanson or Mega Man?
Mega Man.
Maki or Witch Doctor? Another character class from Exoprimal. Zephyr is more of a sword-based one, kind of like a Genji from Overwatch. Witch Doctor is a support unit.
That's interesting. Uh, Witch Doctor, I guess.
I'm fine with that. I think Capcom would like to promote one of their recent titles.
All right.
All right. Rashid or Strider?
Ah, I'm gonna say Strider, although I do really like Rashid.
I think Capcom would like to promote Street Fighter more, but character to character, Strider.
Hmm.
Witch Doctor or classic Mega Man?
Mega Man.
Yeah.
Sorry, recent game.
Strider or Mega Man?
That's actually tough, because now this is where like the preposition comes in. I'm thinking, oh, there are maybe other Mega Men on the board. I that kind of don't remember if there are. And then there's Strider is the main character of his game series and has been a staple of Marvel vs. Capcom. So I'm going to say Strider, but either way,
I will say that there are 3 Mega Men on the board and several other characters from the Mega Man franchise, but 3 that are the actual Mega Man on the entire grid.
right.
And if one gets on, that doesn't mean that the others can't, although it does kind of lower their stock once one of them gets on.
Hmm. Yeah, this is very difficult. I could change my vote, honestly.
I was expecting to go Mega Man here, but I'm going to say Strider, if only because I think the other 2 Mega Men on the board are more interesting as a fighter than classic Mega Man.
Okay.
Also, I'm
We're
heavily
hitting this.
biased towards one of them.
We I want wow. ZX is here, huh? Anyway,
ZX does not have a Mega Man. ZX has Ale and Vent.
Zale. Oh my
No.
gosh.
There also there's no ZX characters on this grid. I apologize. So, Strider Hiryu or Astaroth?
Astaroth had a good run, Strider.
Yeah, I think it'd be amusing to have Astaroth on here, but not over Strider.
Yeah, agreed.
All right.
We yeah, thinking about the hole we could have dug ourselves here. Oh, the other Mega Men are more interesting, and then we may be in a reality where none of them make it.
It's extremely possible. That's the fun but also terrifying thing about this kind of system is, characters that you might normally consider guaranteed picks, Mario, Link, some Mega Man, Ryu. There's a chance they may not ever get discussed. But back to Nintendo. Next character is going to be Grid 5-9, which takes us to Pikachu.
Who the hell is that?
I don't know. I've never heard of it. Some weird
Yeah.
Pokemon or something.
Oh well, Clefairy's the mascot.
I thought it was Caterpie.
I thought it was Swalot.
No, 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 no. I'm pretty sure it's Torkoal.
Here's a world where I'd be okay with that. but it's not. It's not this one.
Not this one.
Oh God, I'm seeing that board fill out.
Yeah, yeah. Oh boy.
God, for God's sake. Okay, whatever.
Oh
We'll get to it when we get to it. We'll get
no.
to it when we get to it. It's the classic. This is the classic scenario. Anyway,
Yep, so let's just get this going. Pikachu or Drago from Ring Fit?
Pikachu.
Sammy from
Although I'm
Advanced.
upset.
Do what?
Although I'm upset that Drago got bet against him so early.
I mean,
Anyway,
he might not be knocked out yet. There's always a chance.
yeah, we'll see.
Sammy from Advance Wars or Crystal from Star Fox?
I'm actually gonna say Sammy.
I am as well.
Okay.
Ashley from Wario or Lindis?
Gotta go, Lynn.
Yep. Edelgard or Bandana D?
Edelgard.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Zoroark or King K. Rule?
This might be a difficult one, but I'm gonna say K roll.
Yeah.
Oh,
Uh,
never mind.
Aaron
Aaron.
from Pandora's Tower or Wario?
Oh, this is a hard one, but I'm gonna have to say Wario.
Yeah. Character swapping of Pyra and Mithra from Xenoblade 2 or Andy from Advance Wars?
Oh God, that's kind of difficult, but I'm gonna say Andy.
You know, I think I will too. Shulk?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Shulk or Sidon?
Shulk.
Pikachu or Sammy?
Pikachu.
Lindis or Edelgard?
That's Lynn.
Yeah, I think it's an easy win.
Mm-hmm.
King K. Rule or Wario?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's hard. Because individual abilities, considering everything they could both do, the relevance of the characters. I'll give it to Wario.
I was going to say King K. Rule.
What? Well, hey, you can't. It's not a difficult flip for me. I'll say K. Rool too.
Okay. Andy from Advance Wars or Shulk?
I think Andy would be more interesting in this setting.
Ooh, I was not expecting that answer.
I might. I think. Hmm. But Shulk is Shulk. No, you know what, Andy.
Okay.
Really? I was expecting a coin flip.
I was debating it, but I was like, you know what? I'll let this go.
Okay.
All right, Pikachu or Andy?
Well, we're gonna solve that problem real quick. Pikachu.
King K. Rule or Lindis?
You know what? K. Rool.
Yeah, I think I'll go with that. Pikachu or King K. Rule?
Can't do it. Gotta say Pikachu.
Yeah. And then we had a character here who just the way this worked out, they got to live to the very end. Pikachu or Link?
Link.
Yeah, and I will say, unless I'm incorrect here, I think Link is the only we only have one version of Link on the grid.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
A bit of an anti-Smash there with their malarkey.
Well, I'm thankful for that. And let's see. So who does that knock out for us now? I guess Pikachu's out of the equation now, huh?
Yeah, whoever is the selected one that starts the whole process, will either make it or won't, because they're always going to be in the same row column as whoever is chosen. But that actually knocks out a good amount.
That is pretty controversy early on.
Yeah, but it's for Link. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly,
our
exactly.
our next spot for Capcom is gonna be 2-6. It's gonna be Nina from Breath of Fire.
Interesting.
And Nina, and Ryu actually, this works for both those characters in the game. They are different characters in most, if not every game in the series. Kind of like how Link and Zelda are different through most of the
Hmm.
Zelda games. Although there are some other characters that make appearances throughout the series as them solo selves. One of those characters is actually another one on this grid.
Nice.
We might get to them.
Have you played Breath of Fire?
I have not. It's on my radar though. I do want to play it.
I played Breath of Fire too. It was good. It was enjoyable. I like that game.
To clarify, are
I
you
think
saying you played Breath of Fire 2 or you played Breath of Fire 2?
I played the second installment of the Breath of Fire series.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a dog who shoots a crossbow, and his name is Bo.
Bo, yes. You made an assist trophy out of him and put him on the Smashtopia wiki.
Yes, yes, I did.
Bo is not on the grid, unfortunately.
No, not the grid of my heart is another thing entirely.
Well, all right. Nina from Breath of Fire or Nemesis from Resident Evil.
Oh, Nemesis was playable even in Tatsunoko versus Capcom. That's right.
No, no, not
Um,
Tatsunoko. MVC
oh, was it?
Ultimate in Marvel vs. Capcom
Oh,
3.
yeah, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That was fun. It was interesting to play as that character. They really went there. But the Nina, she's a mage who can fly. Basically, has a number. She's a healing character, but also has different like anima magic attacks depending on the Breath of Fire game she's in. I like her design, like generally throughout the series. It's an interesting character. So this is difficult. What are you thinking?
I'm definitely leaning Nina here. Um, I think there is room for Nemesis, but I like giving Breath of Fire a nod, and I think having this be versus Nintendo, I think Nina fits better.
Oh, hey, you know what? Agreed. Nina, it is.
All right. Franziska von Karma from Ace Attorney, or the Palico from Monster Hunter.
You know what? That's a fair matchup. The Palico actually has a lot going on. It could do most of what the Monster Hunter can do. So there's some stuff there, and it's a funny cat.
Yeah,
Um, Internal biases though, and plus Ace Attorney's big on Nintendo. I'll say Francisca.
as will I.
Yep.
Firebrand from Ghosts and Goblins, a named red armor enemy, or Linz from Quiz the Nairo Dreams. And at this point, I think I need to do a little bit of an explanation. Quiz the Nairo Dreams, to my understanding, is like a dating sim type game or something from Capcom. Now, bear with me here. The only reason this game was even in consideration was because Saki Omokane is a playable fighter in Tatsunoko versus Capcom, and she's
Mm-hmm.
like a sci-fi Earth defender. So she's got like guns and shit to fight aliens. And from my understanding of this game, you have to date these different women and get them to like you in order to stop the devil or some other demon from being released.
Yeah.
Linz, meanwhile, is a little demon impling or something of that manner. I don't remember. It's been a while since I did the research of these grids. And Linz is actually trying to stop you. So we basically have a tiny trickster in an imp body. And I thought that sounded
Nice.
funny.
It is funny, and it's kind of funnily thematic that you have them paired against Firebrand.
Well, I mean, that's random.
Yeah. 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 Of course. Fun coincidence. I have a soft spot for Firebrand, so that's where I'm going, but I'm good with whatever.
I want to say Linz, but I think Firebrand is much more likely. Think I don't think they're gonna look at Quiz and Our Dreams.
Be like, yeah, we need that in the fucking.
But man,
Right.
I would love it if she somehow
Yeah,
snuck
that's a
on by the end because be like, here's a bit of a
yeah,
wild card pick.
yeah. That's a very Zantok thing.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Next is gonna be Jamie from Street Fighter 6 against Bill Steen, the villain from Star Gladiator.
Star Gladiator.
Imagine a Darth Vader sized and appearance wise character, sort of, with a plasma sword, so like a lightsaber, except it's wide, kind of like Cloud's Buster Sword.
Say no more. I'm in.
Okay.
Looks cool.
Yeah. We have Nathan Spencer from Bionic Commando, sometimes called Rad, versus Jin Sao Tome from Cyberbots.
Oh, nice. Two regulars of the actual series.
Well, Jin wasn't
I'll
in
go.
3, and Nathan only started appearing in 3.
Oh, true. I'll go for the Bionic Commando.
Okay. Ryu from Street Fighter versus Shade Man.exe.
What the fuck? Ryu.
Yeah. Sorry, Shade Man. Chun Li from Street Fighter or Akira Kazama.
Oh, interesting. This is an opportunity to go somewhere different, but Chun Li's too much of an icon in her field. I'll go for her.
Yeah, easily. Dr. Wily or
Wiley.
Akum. Okay. I'm not going to
Sorry.
argue against that. All right, back to the top. Nina or Franziska?
Ooh. Thoughts?
I want to say Nina. I want to say Nina.
Okay, me too.
Okay. Firebrand or Bilstein?
This is an opportunity to do something different, but I'm going to say Firebrand.
I'm gonna make this go to a tie. Let's flip it for Bilstein and Firebrand.
Okay.
It's a 4. It's Bilstein.
Okay.
Nathan Spencer or Ryu?
Ryu.
Chun Li or Dr. Wily?
Crap.
Yeah.
Again, for aforementioned reasons, I'm going to have to say Chun Li.
I will agree with that. All right, moving them back up some more. It is now going to be Nina or Nobunaga or Oda Nobunaga, or different games will sometimes put first or last in with different orders, but it's specifically the version of him from Sengoku Basara. I think there might also be the Onimusha version of him on the grid. I'm not entirely sure about that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's decked out.
Oh, it's not. It's not. This is the only version of Nobunaga on here. I did not include
Okay. Okay. Legendary, real feudal warlord.
Yep.
Who was so incredibly successful in his conquest that in this game, he's literally a demon, it looks like.
Yeah, honestly, the designs for Sengoku Basara, I was like, man, these character designs look crazy. Like there's a few other characters that are on here, and I fucking like I want to include several of them because they just, boy, I kind of wish I could like not suck at this kind of game.
Yeah, it's badass. Shit, I'm gonna have to say Nobunaga here.
Ooh, really? I was still gonna go with
I
Nina.
like. Okay, well, hey, if you want to take it to the coin flip.
All right, it's an 8. Oda Nobunaga it is.
Okay.
And then Ryu or Bilstein?
Ryu.
Nobunaga Oda or Ryu?
Ryu.
Chun Li or Ryu?
That's a point of contention. In a world where there can only be one, who will it be? I'm gonna have to. I'll say. Ryu is the obvious choice, but Chun. Yeah, Ryu is the obvious choice, but Chun Li is like the like most iconic female fighting game character too. Um,
I mean, but
this might be a this.
Ryu is Mr. Fighting Game and Mr. Capcom and Mr. Crossover.
That's true. Yeah, there have been crossovers with Ryu and Chun Li, but have there ever been a crossover with only Chun Li? Yeah, that's true. Ryu.
All right, Ryu is the second Capcom character to make it.
There is a fear in my heart for what's to come.
You
Let's
should
keep on
fear.
going.
You should fear a lot.
Both.
Also, by the way, Ryu from Breath of Fire is also on here, so we could end up with 2 Ryus. Oh, I'm upset. I'm upset.
What? Oh, no. I see
Shit,
why you're
shit,
upset.
shit. All right, next one
Uh-huh.
on Nintendo. 4-2. That's already
And
been
Leon
taken.
and Leon Kennedy too. Rip.
Yeah. 4-2. That's basically already taken. So I have a system where I have it figured out where I'll go to if the spot's already been taken. So Edelgard is going to be where we are going next as the starting point.
Okay, my teacher.
Mm,
It doesn't quite hit the same I said, does it?
I don't like it.
There's some weirdos on this one.
Yeah, and there's also like the
Yeah.
obvious of all obviouses.
Fuck.
Not on my couch.
I'm not running for vice president.
Edelgard or Bandanity.
Edelgard.
Groose from Legend of Zelda or Meowscarada.
I could be a little shit on this one, but I'll just go Masquerada.
All right. Dracovish or Midna.
I'm sorry. Midna.
Mario
That's a funny
or
thought.
Lindis.
Mario.
Ashley or Crystal.
Ashley.
Sammy or Drago.
Drago. I have to say.
Okay. Andy or Charizard.
Andy. What say you?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, realistically, I should say Charizard, but I'm not going to. Edelgard or
Yay.
Meowscarada.
Edelgard.
Midna or Mario.
Mario.
Ashley or Drago.
Ashley.
Andy or Samus.
Samus.
Edelgard or Ashley.
Edelgard.
Mario or Samus.
Mario.
Edelgard or Mario.
Edelgard Mario.
Yeah.
So close.
I'm also realizing I started filling out this section here incorrectly. So I'm just going to take a moment to fix how I had wanted to display these. Give me a sec.
You're doing good for the world. It's like a good game of pool. Woo. I'm allergic to how all the excitement of this game.
All right. There we got that.
There you go.
Mario was the winner from it. Let's get back to the grid.
Justice was served today. Very boring justice.
Well, I think your justice might be happy because Aaliyah got knocked out by Mario.
Oh, hooray!
All right, Capcom grid. We're going to 10-8. That is Chuck Green.
Chuck, yeah, good old Chuck. Chuck and the other guys.
Chuck and the other guys. Oh boy. I'm
Oh
not
wow.
sure where this one is going to go.
Me either. Lots of Breath of Fire here. I'm kind of pleased by that.
Lots of Street Fighter here.
Oh wow. My boy, the Bison.
Also, to mention, the Final Fight and Rebel Schools series take place in the same shared universe as Street Fighter.
Nice.
All
Ooh,
right,
lot of the same coming back up too. Okay,
yep, because
interesting.
Chuck Green was in the same row that Grandmaster
Mhm.
Mayo was. So,
Right.
Chuck Green or Ayame from Power Stone?
Looking at Ayame, she has a very like shinobi ninja vibe, which could be a cool archetype to explore. So I'll say her.
Chris Redfield or Deus from Breath of Fire? She has a second name in sequel
Lamia.
games. I was gonna say Naga,
Is
but yeah,
this?
Lamia Naga, yeah, that character.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? We don't have many half snake women in this game. And Chris Redfield is one of the least interesting Resident Evil characters. Deus, what do you think?
I feel like Resident Evil in Chris is the move, but
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of Resident Evil. Well, I don't say there's a lot of Resident. I think there's five Resident Evil characters in my grid, so I'm fine to not go with Chris here.
Okay.
Monster Hunter, the character avatar, or Ryu
Mm-hmm.
from Breath of Fire.
I like Ryu, but again, he has that main character syndrome where he's a sword fighter. He's even a blue-haired sword fighter. Um, I'm
Capcom
not
Mars?
particular towards Yeah, basic, kinda. I'm not particular towards Monster Hunter myself, but I mean, there's no denying the impact of the series. So I'll go Monster Hunter.
All right. Albert Wesker or Gil from Street Fighter. Or
I need
the
to remember
villain
who Gil
of, I
is.
believe it's Street Fighter 3. He is a
Oh, the
nearly
blue and red
naked red and
guy,
blue man. Yes.
Wesker.
Yeah. Guile or Rashid?
I'm gonna say Rashid.
Yep. I don't think you can go wrong with either choice, but yeah.
I
M.
agree.
Bison or classic Mega Man?
Here we are again, Mega Man.
Maki or Akira
Sorry, Bison.
Kazama?
Maki again.
Ayame or Deus?
That's actually that's a fair fight. What do you think?
I go Deus.
Okay, me too.
Monster Hunter or Albert Wesker?
Albert Wesker,
Rashid or Mega Man?
Mega Man.
Maki or Witch Doctor?
Mm, Maki.
I feel Witch Doctor, but I could go either way.
Okay, I'll say Witch Doctor then, because I don't care.
Okay. Albert Wesker or Witch Doctor?
Wesker.
Deus or Mega Man?
Sorry, Deus, Mega Man.
Yeah. Albert Wesker or Mega Man?
Here's where things get interesting. Wesker.
I agree with the Wesker pick,
Okay.
which I'm sure is shocking.
Controversial, but I mean, Resident Evil is a big franchise.
It surely
I
is.
feel good about getting someone in there. And I mean, people who've watched this show before know that he's our preference.
Of the Resident Evil characters, yeah, easily.
Mm-hmm.
After that, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know who would be after that.
I love playing as Wesker in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. He's interesting.
Also, as a note, oh, it doesn't. Oh no, that character's somewhere else. Ooh, interesting ones that just got eliminated. But back to the Nintendo 6-1. We were
Goodbye,
just
Edgeworth.
talking about a blue-haired sword fighter. It's time for Marth.
Mars, as he used to be called in the OVA.
Indeed.
What a guy. The progenitor of the blue-haired swordsman, the Minami Titagare, if you will.
which means something follow me.
Everyone look at me.
Everyone look at me. That's what it was. What a
Which
weird pun.
hmm Inspiring indeed. It actually feels fairly uncharacteristically vain for Marsh to say that.
Yeah, like like I could see like Waluigi saying that, but Marth.
That would be so funny. And can it be in Japanese still when he says it?
Absolutely. All right, Marth or Gardevoir,
Marth.
Greninja or Fiora.
Is this Mecha Fiora?
I just yes, I was just gonna leave the name as Fiora though.
Okay, Fiora. That's my lean anyway.
Officer Howard from Astral Chain or Maka from Magical Star Sign.
Oh, interesting. So Maka is an Earth mage. So magic similar to, in some regards, Isaac from Golden Sun. So this is actually a little, like just given that Maka is this robot thing, it's kind of interesting to think about. I think I'll say Howard, but it's close.
I I will say Howard for now because we don't have like a lot of other swords. I mean, yes, there's Link and Strider, but that's not too many yet. And Astral Chain is a more recent product that's we know that people are interested in turning into either like having a sequel or a full trilogy from.
Right, and having like the demon thing, like some summon demon follow you, or however that works.
Yeah. The next is Tiki or Waluigi.
That is a cursed matchup, and I hate that I have to say Waluigi.
I go
But yeah.
Tiki.
What?
Tiki is far more of an important character than Waluigi is. And we don't have Fire Emblem on here yet.
Hmm. Eh, you know what? True. Tiki it is.
Diddy Kong or Sheldon from Splatoon.
I'll go Diddy here.
Agreed. Bandanity or Ayumi Tachibana from the Famicom Detective Club.
You know what? Ayumi. And there's like recent precedents too with the MEO game, and like Bandanity's fine, but feels unnecessary when Kirby's already on the board.
Yeah. Marth or Fiora.
Marth.
Officer Howard or Tiki.
Tiki.
Diddy Kong or Ayumi Tachibana.
You know what? No, Diddy.
Marth or Tiki.
That's hard, but I'm gonna be controversial and say Tiki because Dragon.
I think there is good reason to go with that. It's like avoid like the typical swordsman, but it's the original protagonist. I think I have to say Marth,
Okay.
but let's put it to the random. It's a 4. That's Marth.
Okay.
Diddy
Fair
Kong
game.
or Tetra from the Wind Waker.
Oh, Diddy.
Yeah. And then Marth or Diddy Kong.
Marth.
Yeah.
There you go. He's in.
He's in. So far, no repeating franchises.
No repeating franchises, and nothing too controversial. The Nintendo side is totally, just that's what you'd expect.
Yeah.
And then Capcom, I could see people being like, "Oh, Wesker, that's blah blah blah." I would choose Monster Hunter over him, but it's like, hey, you're not playing this game.
That said, though, I think the characters that we have chosen so far are all ones that people would expect to at least like they would either expect them to be in or like barely miss it. We haven't added
Agreed.
anybody that's a crazy choice.
Not yet.
Next for Capcom is going to be 4-7. So that's going to go down to, classic Mega Man.
Oh, nice. He's got it back.
This is his last chance of round 1. He will either make it or he'll be, oh no. Oh no! Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright. Classic Mega Man or Phoenix Wright?
Phoenix Wright.
Yeah. Yeah.
Toughie. It's a
It
tough
is.
one.
Uh, Tong Poo, the female protagonist from Strider, or Hayato Kanzaki, the main character of Star Gladiator, the Luke Skywalker, essentially.
I'll go Hayato here.
Yeah, I mean we've already got
Tong,
Strider,
yeah,
so
exactly. I like Tongpu. Like the design is cool and stuff, but already I'm Strider.
yeah. Nero from Devil May Cry, or Sexy Sylvia from Beautiful Joe.
The name alone. Let's see here. I need to. Okay. Whoops. Let me get that off my Google image search. Nero, who is Nero's essentially like he has many of the same combat skills that Dante has.
Nero is the third main character of the franchise after Dante and Virgil. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember exactly if he has a sword or not, but I know in Devil May Cry 5 at least, he has more of like a gauntlet type weapon. And so anytime he beats a boss, like he gets like a different kind of gauntlet, do different kinds of attacks.
Oh, Nero. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I'm a Nero.
Yeah,
M. Bison or Rashid?
the new guy who is pretty cool, or the original villain.
Yep,
What are your thoughts? What do you think? This is hard.
M. Bison.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
Guile or Zack and Wiki from their own game. They are a young pirate and a monkey, and it's like a puzzle treasure hunting game of some sort.
I'm surprised how little exists online about Zack and Wiki, considering it
Same.
was a Nintendo game, Capcom game. It's not like it's this rare indie thing. I owned the game back, and I think I still might, but I never played through it much. It's interesting. I liked how the characters look, and Guile is a cool character, but hey, they're Zack and Wiki were Nintendo exclusive, so it'd be a cool callback. I'll go with them.
I'm gonna say Guile. It's Street Fighter. He's one of the most iconic characters, and as you mentioned, Zack and Wiki. There's not much info about it online, which leads me to believe it wasn't super popular. Like if you don't even get like a good week of information about you, your game probably didn't do well.
No, it didn't. But at the same time, I mean, we got novel characters in Tatsunoko versus Capcom, like you said, visual novel anyway.
True.
But yeah, whatever works. Coin flip.
All right. It's a 2. That's Guile.
Okay,
Maki or Akira Kazama?
back here again. Maki
Phoenix Wright or Hayato?
Phoenix
Nero or M. Bison?
Bison.
I say Nero.
Hmm.
Somebody
Okay.
new.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I won't fight that.
All right.
Nero. Both have weird hand powers.
True. Guile or Maki?
Um, Guile, I guess.
Yeah. Phoenix Wright or Nero?
Phoenix.
Guile or Witch Doctor?
Guile.
Phoenix Wright or Guile?
Phoenix. As you like just start tearing it down, at a certain point it becomes obvious.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
okay, here they are.
But I still like to go through the whole thing because that way, like, we can already like start getting some familiarity and arguments with some of the characters.
Got it.
Like, even though like when I saw Mario was on the boards, like we all knew Mario was going to make it that round, but
Mm-hmm.
still got to see how it shakes out. All right,
Yeah.
back to the Nintendo. 9-6 is going to be Alex from Golden Sun. Uh, one of the antagonists from the first game. I think maybe the primary antagonist. I haven't played Golden Sun yet at time of recording, but I will be very soon. I will probably have finished it by the time this episode goes up. That's the thing. Sometimes things are recorded in a strange order, and we just deal with it.
Yep.
These are some interesting characters going to be in debate for this one. I'm not entirely sure how this will shake out. I see some characters that I think have a good bet, but I don't know who will be our next pick here. Oh, I didn't. I'm showing the wrong thing. Whoop,
Interesting.
there we go. All right. Alex from Golden Sun or Ridley?
Hmm. Uh, Ridley, I guess.
My initial thought is Alex, but since we don't have Metroid on here at all yet, I'm good to go Ridley.
Okay.
The Masked Man from Mother 3 or Zale?
Interesting. You have a humanoid Meta Knight, although barely taller than him, essentially. Or again, Zale, who has a niche character, access to swords and scythes, and unique abilities that honestly don't necessarily translate super well into this format. So I'm going to have to say Masked Man.
Okay. Meta Knight or Ephraim from Fire Emblem?
Oh, speaking of Meta Knight. Um, yeah, no, what do you think?
I could go either way here. We already have Kirby. We already have Marth. Meta Knight
Yeah.
is going to be a Kirby-sized sword fighter that would probably have be some really good air game. Ephraim, Lance.
Mm-hmm. Um, considering the other things Meta Knight could do, like the shuttle loop, summoning a tornado and stuff, Meta Knight.
Yeah, I think he has more readily available to him.
Yeah.
Twintel from Arms and the only Arms character on the grid, or Zelda.
Mm. Oh, sorry, I blanked out for a second. It's obviously Zelda.
I mean, there's an argument for Twintel, but
There is, but eh.
Sammy or Ray Mark III from Custom Robo.
I like Sammy, but I'm gonna have to go right here just for like sheer output of ability.
Okay. Ridley or Masked Man.
Ridley.
Meta Knight or Zelda.
Zelda.
I'm feeling Meta Knight here.
Okay, yeah,
I like
that's
the idea
fair.
of like this the really small, really quick sword guy. But
Uh,
Zelda would be
yeah,
magic. We don't have anybody that's like a magic person yet.
yeah, magic. You can give her the tri rod,
You
in
could.
theory.
I mean,
Yeah. Okay, I'm
I
gonna.
could also see the Trial Rod being one of her hyper combos.
That's true. I'm gonna stick with Zelda here. If you wanna flip.
No, I'm actually okay to go Zelda.
Okay.
Ray or Pit?
Pit.
Yeah. Ridley or Zelda?
This is actually pretty tough with this trio. Because Ridley, you get this big, just monstrous character, the most villainous Nintendo villain. Zelda Magic Pit, kind of a mix of both in a way, with magic adjacent flying guy. Zelda, but that's
Agree.
hard. Okay.
Zelda or Pit?
Hmm. Hmm. I have to say Zelda, but it's either way. Either way.
I agree with Zelda.
Okay.
We have our first series getting its second character.
The kind of like almost the antecedent to Smash.
Yeah,
with we're showing Zelda appreciation. Amazing.
shocking if true. All right, back to the grid. We are halfway through round 1 at this point. Wait, no, that's a lie. We have one more character, then we'll be halfway through round 1 on the Capcom side. So let's see. Zelda takes out all of these characters. Oops, not those two though. Oh, whoopsies. There we go. Now, Capcom. 9-1 Jill Valentine.
Okay. Muy interesante.
So let's see who all that is going to bring in. Oh boy. All right. Jill Valentine or Mike Hagar?
Jill. No, Mike.
I agree with
Jill, I mean, yeah.
I agree with Hagar. We already have a Resident Evil, and Hagar is our big brawler character, our grappler.
Exactly.
Yukimura Sonata, who dual wields lances, or Juri Han
Wow.
from Street Fighter 4.
Uh, Yukimura Sonata.
Yeah. Guile or Mega Man X?
Mega Man X.
Amaterasu or Yellow Iris from Battle Circuit, who I need to remember who that is. It's
I'm
like,
gonna say
who are
Amaterasu just
you?
kind of ahead of time.
I mean, yeah, obviously. Let's try like Yellow Iris is like a tiger lady, um, from a beat 'em up side scrolling game.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I mean, what's more unique, that or bounty hunter with several cybernetic attachments? Yeah, I went for the more interesting character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's rare.
All right. Shoma Sawamura from Rival Schools. He is a fighter with a baseball themed moveset. Or Linz.
You know what? I'll give you your little imp a bone here.
Cool. Mike Hagar or Yukimura Sonata.
Mike.
Okay. Mega Man X or Amaterasu.
You know where I'm going with this. Amaterasu.
I'm not even gonna fight.
Okay.
I mean, I
That's a
would like to
welcome
see
change.
Amaterasu as well. So
Okay.
there's still three. There's Mega Man still's a chance in round 2.
Okay.
Linz or Regina from Dino Crisis.
Interesting. For this, I don't even know what Regina does, but for the sake of
She
dinos,
fights dinosaurs with
Regina.
guns. And
Don't we all?
Capcom recently did a survey asking like what games people would like to see, and Dino Crisis was in the top 3.
Nice.
Mike
Yeah, I'll. Yeah. Okay, we did it. There we go. Good.
Mike Hagar or Amaterasu.
Amaterasu.
Amaterasu or Regina.
Amaterasu.
Yeah. I was like, there's what's the point
Wow.
of even fucking asking?
Well, Crisis has been averted today. Also, because Dino Crisis wasn't chosen, it was averted.
For Regina.
That's what I say.
All right, now we're halfway through the grid of round one. Ooh, that took out 0.
Mmm. Oof.
Interesting. All right, back to the Nintendo. We have 10-5. So we're going to go to Ridley.
Okay.
Some of these are going to be familiar once again, but hey, that's how it all works out.
That's the way the dolphin howls.
You should have said echoes.
That's the way the echoes howls.
Fuck. All right, Ridley or Masked Man?
Ridley.
Zale or Meta Knight?
Meta Knight.
Ephraim or Rob?
Ooh. I'm going to have to say Rob.
Crystal or Ness?
Ness.
Ridley or Meta Knight?
Small guy or big guy? I'm going to say Ridley. That's
I'm going
tough.
to say Meta Knight.
Okay.
It's a 6. That's Ridley.
Okay.
Rob or Ness?
What do you think?
Uh,
Yeah.
I think
That.
Ness is the choice.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Ridley or Ness?
Ness.
Ness or Toad?
Ness.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes it's one of those like really you're gonna make me answer this? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Ness, where are ye on the grid? Ah, there you are. Oh, that's some sad eliminations.
Yeah.
But it's how it go. We're getting close to the round one here. This is gonna be interesting. 3-5. So it's gonna be the Arisen from Dragon's Dogma. And then everybody that they're in a row with. Curious. A lot of fighters in this bunch.
Mm-hmm.
Could go a few different ways. Ooh, this is interesting. All right. The Arisen, the player avatar, versus Cammy from Street Fighter.
So the origin's like a catch-all, almost like they do a number of things because they're the lead character of like a Western-ish style RPG. So that's pretty cool and unique. I think Cammy's pretty cool and unique within the scope of Street Fighter, though. Um, I'm kind of feeling saying Cammy here, but either way.
I don't have any feelings towards Dragon's Dogma, but I know it's popular and people are a
Hmm.
fan of it. I think there's a second one, or maybe it's still not coming out yet. I don't really know. So I kind
There
of
is,
lean the
yeah.
Arisen.
Oh, okay. You know what? Yeah, okay. Throw him a bone.
All right. Ken Masters or Batsu Ichimonji, the main character of Rival Schools and who was in Tatsunoko vs. Capcom.
Yeah, I think we can give Batsu the nod here because Ken, I mean,
Yeah, we've already got Ryu.
same kind of fighters for you. Yeah.
Jury or Maki?
Jury is interesting, but I'll lean Maki here.
I could go either way. Jury is a villain rep from Street Fighter, and She can like kick dark energy projectiles, which is kind of fun. Whereas Maki gives us
Yeah,
a guaranteed final fight character and a like we already have Strider who's ninja like, but he's like a cyber ninja. Maki would be more like a street ninja.
right. Hmm. Yeah, I'll stick Maki here.
All right,
It's my guy.
Arthur from Ghosts and Goblins or Franziska von Karma.
Arthur.
The Arisen or Batsu Ichimonji.
um, yeah, I don't care too much about. I mean, like rival school, like they're cool, but the origin is more contemporary, so I guess I'll go with them.
Plus, I think of all the rival schools characters that are on up for debate, Batsu's the most boring. He,
Yeah,
he's
that's fair.
he's the Ryu. He's the bog standard character.
Right,
Maki or Arthur?
Arthur.
The Arisen or Arthur?
Arthur.
Arthur or Roll.exe from Mega Man Battle Network?
What is your lean here? What are your thoughts?
I it probably Arthur, probably Arthur. Um, just to go over what Roll can do. Roll is one of the few female characters in the Battle Network and really the whole Mega Man fucking franchise. Um, she can fire a bow which has a heart tipped arrow. She can also heal, summon weak viruses to fight alongside her, and she has like these little like whip tendril things that are on her head that she can use to like smack you with. And
Okay,
she's Mega Man's love interest.
right. Um, hmm. Yeah. Now I'm starting to think. I'm a little bit scared about closing Mega Man out entirely. Um, but not thinking about
There
that and just
is a
thinking about
lot
the
of Mega
matchup.
Man characters on the grid.
Okay, Arthur then.
Street Fighter and Mega Man have the most characters on the Capcom side of the grid. On the Nintendo side, it's Pokemon and Fire Emblem.
Okay, hey, that's canonical
Yep.
enough right there. Yep.
All right. Back to the grid. Where is Arthur? He's ready for battle. All forms of actual Mega Man are now knocked out from round one, by the way. On Nintendo, we're going to 3-7, which is going to translate to Big Al from Pilot Wings.
Wow.
I had to have
Okay.
a few wild cards, a few retro characters on here, and
Oh, hell
he
yeah.
amused me. I had ideas like I can picture how you'd work. Fuck it. Welcome to the roster or
Super Cast Brothers
the
fans may
nominations.
remember the deep cut that Trevor nominated Big Al in its original roster for Super Nintendo Smash.
I disagree with it happening at that point, but nowadays, sure, why not? But let's get to it. Big Al versus Tom Nook.
Tom Nook fights with his bells and builds houses around you and stuff. Big Al flies in the pilot wings, has all the jetpack, the glider, the plane, the helicopter, all that.
Yep.
Um, I guess uh, Tom.
Yeah,
What do
easily
you?
Tom Nook. There's no fucking contest.
Sorry, Big Al. We knew how you'd work, but anyway.
Nia from Xenoblade 2 or Drago.
Drago's an interesting one, isn't he?
Yes.
Um, Giant dragon who fights with barbells and shit. Nia, beloved character from Xenoblade, would be an honor and privilege to have her on the roster. Um, Troll Pig Drago.
No, Nia.
Nia, Nia it is.
Byleth or Meta Knight.
I want Meta Knight.
Yeah. Tom Nook or Nia?
I'll say Nia here.
Meta Knight or Ike from Fire Emblem?
The coin flip of the century, isn't it? Ike.
We've got one. We've got Marth. We've got Kirby. I am okay to say Ike here. If we didn't have Kirby
Okay.
yet, I would be like, no, we have to make sure we get a Kirby character.
That's fair.
And then Nia or Ike.
Ike.
Nia.
This is the hill that you die on?
I could die on a lot of hills. I'm saying Nia here. Uh, we don't have a Xenoblade character yet, and this would guarantee it. It also gives us a female character. It gives us a cat character, which we know what the internet likes about cats. And I want to say one of your favorite 2-word combos. Stance change.
And plus, there's Drill March. Just a great guy overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm going to stick with Ike.
Yeah, I knew. As soon as I saw Ike was in conditions, like, oh no, here we go. Randomizer says that's a 7. That's Ike.
Wow.
I have not rigged any of the numbers. Everything has been straight and true.
Gets your heart racing a bit.
I mean, your heart maybe.
The powers of chance are in play. Indeed.
All right, Capcom 2-9. We're gonna go to Akira Kazama, but she'll finally have a different opponent.
Most excellent.
Thank you.
Yes, the various opponents of the Capcom universe are at play, indeed.
Akira Kazama or Franziska von Karma?
Trying to remember. Oh yeah, Akira's the schoolgirl fighter. That's right.
Yeah, with a military fighting style.
Kind of Cammy-esque. Do we give rival schools the nod, or do we say Francisca? My one thing with Francisca, Phoenix is already here, so rival schools diversifies it a bit. Akira, but it's loose. Like, meh.
Akira diversifies it in terms of franchise. Franziska diversifies in terms of fighting style. Because Akira is going to be a punchy fighter. Franziska can take a little bit from Phoenix with like the speech bubbles and maybe some evidence stuff, but she's also got the whip.
True. I wouldn't fight Franziska if you wanted to move her on.
I kind of want to say Franziska, yeah.
Okay.
Palico or Firebrand?
I like Firebrand. I'll stick with him.
I'm going to say Palico because Monster Hunter is fucking huge, and people throw a bitch fit if there's not a Monster Hunter character.
Oh yeah, I forgot we already had Arthur. Okay, Palico.
Yeah, that's why I also have on the screen there like what franchises already in and who they have.
Right.
M. Bison or Guile?
Bison.
Franziska or Palico?
Okay, you made that point about Monster Hunter. What are you thinking here?
My heart wants to say Von Franziska, but I think Palico is the pick. It also gives us a small character, and Palico could use really the same weaponry that Monster Hunter uses.
I agree.
M. Bison or Witch Doctor?
Bison.
Palico or M. Bison?
You know what? You convinced me. We have to go Palico, I guess.
Okay.
There you go. Eat your heart out,
It's funny
Monster
that
Hunter
I'm convincing
fans.
it because I've only played like one Monster Hunter game and it was like an hour of it and then I quit. It's like not for me.
It's not my gameplay style. Like it's too grindy.
Yeah, it's definitely It's an action game, and I can do some action, but
Mm-hmm.
not a lot.
Right.
All right, 3 slots left in round one. Let's see what we get with Nintendo. It's going to be a 10-7, which will bring us to Meta Knight.
The blue man. Purple, I guess. Purplish blue?
Uh,
Blue.
Something to that
Blue.
effect. Dark blue?
Yeah, something like that. Navy, maybe?
I don't know. Also, not important.
Not today, anyway.
This is going to be an interesting one. We're starting off with Meta Knight or Masked Man.
I'll go Meta Knight here.
Zale or Byleth.
Hmm. Byleth does have a lot to them. What I will say is Fire Emblem's on the board twice. Zale, he does have some things that would work in this scope. So I'll give it to him this time.
If we didn't already have 2 Fire Emblem characters, I would say Byleth. I think they would actually work a lot better in this MVC format than in Smash.
Agreed.
But
Agreed.
I'm good to go with Zale here. Give us
Okay.
a wild card.
Hmm.
But then it's Meta Knight or Zale.
Yeah, tough sell.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to go Meta Knight.
And then Meta Knight or Drago.
Man, tough sell. I'm gonna have to go Meta Knight.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Draga, so close. Again, if we went with what the heart wanted.
I mean, I still would have said Meta Knight here. I think Meta Knight's too important.
But Drago, he certainly made you feel a certain way when you interacted with him.
Not in this context.
It's quite physical.
All right, Capcom 4-3. Okay, so that takes us to Tessa from Red Earth.
Oh, nice.
I can't remember if I have just 1 or 2 Red Earth characters here on this roster. But Tessa's a mage, and I know one of her attacks involves turning her arms into a dragon head, which is fucking cool.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so Tessa or Mike Hagar.
Tessa.
I'll go with
Dragon
Tessa.
head.
Batsu or M Bison.
Bison, my friend.
Tessa or M Bison.
That's a little harder. That's a little harder. But again, for just the uniqueness of the moveset, Tessa.
I'm going to say M Bison here as the big Street Fighter villain.
And I'm gonna say that I really can't contest that. So if that's your lean, let's just go for him.
All right, and then it's M Bison or Fo Lu, who is the villain in I believe the most recent Breath of Fire game.
And he has a dog.
Does he?
Yeah. But regardless, I have to say M Bison.
Do you have a dog? Oh yeah, he does. Yeah, is 4 really the last Breath of Fire game? Shit. Oh no, there's 6. Then okay, he's not the villain of the most recent. He's just the villain of 4. I don't know why I particularly picked him over any others. I just did.
Because he has a dog. It's reliable that way.
No, that's not why. I feel like I've seen him be mentioned as something when people recommended him, and that's why I went with it.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, yeah, M Bison.
There you go. One of my, I mean, he's the big villain of the series, but also one of my personal favorite characters to play as in Street Fighter.
Oh really?
Yeah. Although my all-time favorite is Dulcian.
Yeah, Dulcian's fun. That was definitely my
Mm-hmm.
Street Fighter 2 pick.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're at an
Same.
interesting point because there are 4 characters left between 2 rows and two columns. So when we get to this point at the end of a round, the rules change slightly. I don't pick a random grid spot, and then we debate between three characters. Instead, how this will work is we're going to look at the two possible pairs. So in this instance, for Nintendo, Lindis and Isaac from Golden Sun, or Robin and Ashley.
Mm-hmm.
It is a packaged pair. Which pair are you feeling? These are both
That's,
valid sets. This is actually a really good set.
yeah, either way, you're getting magic, a lot of magic. You're getting really interesting, like synergistic anima magic with Isaac, which is very tempting. Lin as almost an archetype of again like that Ronin Japanese sword fighting ninja thing, also very tempting. But they're in two separate blocks.
And no
What
matter
are your
what, we're
thoughts here?
guaranteed. No matter what, we're guaranteed a third Fire Emblem character.
It's like Smash Brothers all over again.
But at least we have
Um,
better weapon distribution, sort of.
yep. Yeah, like Robin and Lynn both have swords, but they both also fight wildly differently than Martha and Ike, so whatever.
Yeah.
And then Lynn, I mean, another prominent female character, but Robin, I think you can gender swap probably. Um, ugh. What are you thinking here? Do you have a
I,
lean?
I think the two best characters individually are Lynn and Robin, but we can only have one of them. But my lean is actually Lynn and Isaac. One, get some Golden Sun love out there. Two, I think Isaac is a stronger choice than Ashley, at
I
least at
I
this
agree.
point.
Yeah, I'll go for that too. I agree.
All right. Oh, so I'm going to go ahead and add them to the roster side of things. We won't. I'm not going to swap views to see that because that'll just be annoying. But just know it's happening. All right, and then over on Capcom side, we're doing the same rules. So it's either Fo Lu and Juri Han, or Mike Hagar and Roll.exe.
Okay, I'm gonna say that my immediate lean is Mike and Roll. Roll finally gets just Mega Man on the board. Mike is a stanchion of MVC games, or just versus Capcom games in general, fighting games in general. And is a grappler, which we don't kind of. I would imagine our number of grapplers here is fairly low.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, Jury is cool. Folu's kind of a wild card, but yeah.
Yeah, I would like to get Breath of Fire on the board at some point with really any of the four characters that we have in the grid. But
Mm-hmm.
um, we've got two Street Fighter characters already, and I don't feel like Juri Han is necessary enough to say let's get a third one right now. If this was Ryu or Chun Li, like I know we already have Ryu, but if we didn't have him, or like if this was Chun Li, I would be like, kind of got to go there,
Mm-hmm.
kind of gotta. But Hagar is also Street Fighter adjacent without being Street Fighter. He's a grappler, and we got a Mega Man character, and more importantly, we got a Battle Network character, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, yeah. Not a bad way to end it. Bit of a wild card, but hey.
All right, let's put them through. You sound like a dying baby when you do that. And that is not an invitation to do it again. Let me just make that clear.
Do you think I can voice act for Biomiracle Bokate Upa in the sequel?
Mm, don't ask me that question.
Because you may fear that the answer is yes.
I fear a lot of things in my life, and a lot of them stem from you.
Yeah,
All right,
I,
but
I I understand.
this is the end of round one. We've got 10 characters from each side picked. Now at this point, we got to reset the board. All these grayed out characters are becoming available again. The green ones are not. We're not going to have like two Kirby's. That's crazy. Could have
Not this
two.
time.
We're not going to have two links. This isn't Smash. There's only one link on the board. I did consider if I wanted to have multiple links. Well, it's like there's so many good Nintendo characters to choose from. I'm just gonna not. But it probably would have been Young Link as the second one, I think. Primarily
Yeah.
pulling from
Mask.
Majora's Mask. Yeah,
Not King Rome.
he's not a Link. I'm talking about if I had the second Link
Oh
Grandmaster.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, not King Rome. Regardless.
Okay, well, let's see here. I think before we move on to what is effectively round two, let's take a look back at the roster itself just to get an overview of who has been picked so far, what franchise we've been representing, and what we've missed out on. So let's go ahead and swap over to that. All right. So on the Nintendo side, from Earthbound, we've added in Ness. From Fire Emblem, we've got Marth, Ike, and Lindis, three Fire Emblem characters in the first 10. Yeah, that sounds like a Smash adjacent game. From Golden Sun, we have Isaac. From Kirby, we have both Kirby and Meta Knight. Legend of Zelda has both Link and Zelda, and Super Mario has Mario. I don't know about you, John, but I kind of feel like we have, for the most part, the necessary building blocks of the Nintendo side here. We've got Mario, Link, Kirby, and we've got some Fire Emblem. Like that's where I would want to have started for sure. There's just one thing that's really missing to me. Where the fuck's the Pokemon?
Yeah, it's a little surprising that we've gotten to Pikachu. I mean, would have been another obvious one, but Link was right there.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
Pikachu was close, but harder competition.
yeah. I mean, the nature of this game. I mean, we could evade Pikachu entirely in theory and go for like Garchomp. We
It's very
let's
possible.
see what let's see what happens. But yeah, I mean, otherwise it's a pretty obvious list so far. Isaac is a little out there. Lynn is maybe a little less necessary. Like Ike or
I
Lynn,
mean,
maybe, but
Lyn is
three.
still one of
But
the
yeah,
most popular Fire Emblem characters, so
yeah, definitely. Like if we were going to have three Fire Emblem, these three are solid.
yeah.
Um, it's also pretty funny, like just reflecting on how Smash feels about Fire Emblem, Smash fans rather, that we have three Fire Emblem characters
Yeah,
already.
and I think if this was like a serious roster being built up here, I think Nintendo wouldn't have both Ike and Lyn. They would have only had one of them, at least for like the first three. The third one would have been Robin. But
Mhm.
there's no with you here, that wasn't happening.
Oh hell no!
Not that I'm against Ike, but there are certain characters that we both look at each other and we know it's like, okay, you will murder for this character. I'm not even gonna try.
Oh, you tried, but the power of the coin was on my side.
Did I? I don't remember. That was too long ago.
Maybe half an hour ago. Yeah,
Listen, man, when you get to my age,
you chose Nia, and then I chose Ike, and then I was going.
what are we doing again?
Um, we are playing Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection.
Are we?
Yeah,
All right, let's both buy it.
I do. I am gonna buy it. I want to wait for the physical edition though.
We should get that and both of the Capcom fighting collections.
We should.
Yeah,
We should. And Mario and Luigi Brothership.
I mean, yeah.
And Super Mario Party Jamboree.
Just unfortunately, Mario and Luigi isn't a multiplayer game.
Yeah, that's why I had to say Super Mario Party Jamboree after that.
Yeah.
Take it to the stream, or take it to Select Start Gaming.
That said, I
Another
know
Mario Party.
we are off topic here, but I think a multiplayer Mario and Luigi game is an interesting idea. Like one person plays Mario, one person plays Luigi. You could make that work.
You could. And if there's a third player, you have him play EGAD.
Not Waluigi?
Well, yeah. Yeah, well, Luigi's there too.
Okay. All right, before we get too further crazy, let's keep going. That was the Nintendo side that we've had so far. Now let's look at Capcom, where it's a bit more spread out. Where we have Ace Attorney being repped by Phoenix Wright. Final Fight has Mike Hagar. Ghosts and Goblins has Arthur. Roll.exe from Mega Man, the Palico from Monster Hunter, Amaterasu from Okami, Albert Wesker from Resident Evil, Ryu and M. Bison from Street Fighter, and Strider Hiryu from Strider. Technically, only two Street Fighter characters, but Hagar is close enough to be a third one when their series are so connected. Strangely, is Hagar like the only main playable character from Final Fight to not be playable in Street Fighter? He might be. There might be like one or two others.
Weird.
Like it feels like every other main playable character from Final Fight is in Street Fighter except for him. Even Lucia.
Which is odd because it is so weird because I think of Mike. I identify Mike with Final Fight before I identify Cody with Final Fight in my brain.
Well, yeah.
There you go.
I mean, Cody and Guy were added to Street Fighter in like either Street Fighter 3 or Street Fighter Alpha, sometime around then.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Hagar has always been just like the Final Fight guy.
Yeah. Yeah, there are not many surprises on that list either. Roll is, but I mean that was a last minute inclusion. It's kind of a roll of the die.
So her and Hagar were literally like the last two from that round, and we part of the reason we went with it was because like, hey, let's guarantee Mega Man has at least something.
Mm-hmm. Again, an odd first pick. I mean, the nature of the game. I like that we are already seeing some of this kind of roll over into here and not be the same as other roster games have done.
Oh yeah, it's an interesting format with this grid-based system where you have like the rules of you can't have any crossover. Mm-hmm. It really builds some restrictions, and sometimes you think about it's like, well, shoot, all these Pokemon have been knocked out, and here's this support Pokemon that I don't care about, but we gotta have a Pokemon, so I guess it's you, Dracovish.
Yeah.
Although Dracovish is in consideration because I thought it'd be funny. Like, look at this little
like,
monster.
Dracovish or Samus. You're like,
I mean, oh god, what if it was like that? Then we didn't have any Pokemon left. We didn't have any Pokemon on the roster, and it was Dracovish or Samus. Oh fuck me! Like a late round 3 pick. I honestly don't know. Oh, I'm terrified.
We'll see
I'm
what
terrified
happens.
of.
I mean, I know what I would do, but we'll see.
It could depend on like what other characters that we have. Like who can fit what fighting styles, and be like, okay, here's my easy argument. We already have these projectile arm cannon characters, or we already have these weirdo brawlers.
Because at the end of the day, the Pokemon Company just wasn't comfortable having any Pokemon in this game.
That's a possibility.
They've done weirdo shit before,
That's
time and
true.
again. Like the Super Mario Maker shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although I don't think they'd say no to free money here. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyways, let's get round 2 started. Our first Nintendo spot is going to be 5-5, right in the middle, which is going to be Crystal.
Ah.
Alright, so I need to get it swapped over. Oh boy. Alright. Where's my... Uh-oh. There it is. I have too many tabs, and sometimes it makes things problematic. And you're just like, oh no, which window are you in? Or, oh no, which tab of my 10 spreadsheet files are you in?
Mm-hmm.
It's a problem. I have many. I'm already seeing some character discussions in this grouping. A lot of these characters we did not talk about yet. So this could be a fun one. We have multiple that seem like they should be obvious choices.
He said that at the perfect possible time.
I know. I say things with intent. All right, let's go. Crystal or Ashley from Wario?
Well, as the old saying goes, everyone is blue for Crystal, but I am red for Ashley, maybe.
I
We don't
don't
have a mage on the roster yet.
I don't know what you mean by that phrase, but okay. We don't we do we not have a mage on our roster? I mean, we have some like half mages. Well, I mean, we have
Oh,
Zelda.
Isaac.
Yeah, Isaac
Oh,
is a half
right.
mage.
I meant, yeah. Okay.
What about
Okay,
the
then I
Capcom side of
rescind
things?
my vote for a second here.
Like, who
Kind
have
of
any
even footing.
purists
We don't
there?
have Star Fox on the roster, or Wario for that matter.
We
Am
don't,
I
but
leaning?
it is
Yeah,
connected to Mario.
yeah. I might be leaning Crystal here.
I'm definitely a crystal in here because I think including a Star Fox character, period, is more important than including a non-Wario character.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, Edelgard or Bandana D.
Edelgard.
I'm honestly unsure because we've already got three Fire Emblems. Now, granted, this is
Oh,
just
that's true.
one large part of this, but
Hmm.
we also got two Kirby characters.
Hmm.
I think
Is
I'm leaning Bandana because I think he'd have a more unique playstyle.
okay. Yeah, that's fair. Whereas Edelgard would have like a heavy axe thing, which is kind of similar to Ike in
Yeah,
a way. Ike could also have an axe. You could give him that in this game.
I don't think they would be doing
Uh,
that in a game like this. If anything, it would be just a hand axe or a simple range attack.
mm-hmm.
They're not going to give him
Um,
Irvin.
too bad. Let's see. In that case, thinking about other Fire Emblem characters who may be on the board, other Kirby characters who may be on the board.
Just King Dedede.
Mm,
It's the only other Kirby character,
okay, okay.
and there's several Fire Emblem.
Yeah, yeah. I'll go Bandanity.
Okay. Next is an interesting one. We have Tiki from Fire Emblem against Wow, Alexandra
Alexandra.
Roivas from Eternal Darkness. One of the few spooky games in Nintendo's library.
Yeah, and I've never played the game. I wish I have, but my understanding is she's magic adjacent, kind of almost like a crystal in a way, like fights with a bow staff or something,
Mhm.
if I recall, and has access to summoning like ghosts that she meets throughout the game or projections, something like that. Like one of them's a knight. I know that. So that's
I
right
know you
there. That
also
is
deal with like her ancestors in the game, so you could pull things from what they could do.
mm, that's right. That's what it was. Tiki is a high grade Fire Emblem character. Like if we end up with four Fire Emblem characters, her as our fourth would be a good call.
Yeah.
Um,
That
but I
said,
mean,
we have 30
yeah,
Fire characters already, and I'm more interested in having Alexandra at this point.
I agree. Voting for her right now.
All right, Rob, the robotic operating buddy, against Ridley.
You know what? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say Rob here. I think I don't know. Again, like what retro characters are on the board, but because I forgot. I mean, you showed me the list ahead of time, but I forgot. Um, Rob is one of the more realizable ones though, and I think it would be cool to translate his some elements of his Smash move set into this kind of format.
Yeah, I agree. Not to use the "it really is too big" argument because the versus Capcom series has obliterated that in the past with multiple things. Hello, Sentinel.
Galactus is oh yeah,
Well,
Sentinel.
Galactus isn't a playable character,
Yeah, right, right. I forgot it was Sentinel. Yeah.
but I like the idea of Rob here.
Hmm.
Wolf O'Donnell versus Sammy from Advance Wars.
At this point, it's important to get Star Fox on the board, so I'll say Wolf.
I agree. Mimikyu from Pokemon Sun and Moon against Drago from Ring Fit Adventure.
Pokemon needs something, but I don't think Mimikyu is high priority. I'm going to say Drago just because it's funny.
I think anything Pokemon trumps Drago for me personally,
Okay.
but I'm good to leave it to a coin toss.
Yeah,
It is a
this is
10.
the real.
That's Drago.
Okay, he's a 10.
Well, speaking of Pokemon, the one that Mimikyu is most desperate to be like Pikachu or Andy from Advance Wars.
Well, I'm gonna go for Andy here to not move on.
Yeah, like as much as I would like to see a different Pokemon be in the spotlight, let's be fucking real.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Yoshi or Toad?
Yoshi.
Yeah. Crystal or Bandanity?
Crystal.
Yep. Alexandra Roivas or Rob?
I'm gonna say Alexandra actually.
Same. Wolf or Drago?
Wolf.
Yeah. Pikachu or Yoshi?
Pikachu.
Yep. All right, let's get things moved around on the board. Crystal or Pikachu?
Pikachu.
Yeah, sorry, Star Fox. Wolf or Alexandra?
Wolf.
Part of me is torn on this one, but I'll go with it.
Okay.
Pikachu or Wolf?
Pikachu.
And then, hey, how about another Fire Emblem possibility of Pikachu or Tharja from Awakening? Tharia was chosen for the grid because, hey, I wanted a Dark Mage,
Oh
and I
my
was like,
god.
the
Oh
fans
my
would be.
god.
I think Tharia would be funny because of the fan base.
I think if they both were in, that they would be like best friends in story mode. Pikachu.
Okay.
There's your Pokemon. No more worry about that.
Yay, we've guaranteed at least one. Thank God.
The next one is Todd Snap.
He's not in the game.
Damn.
There is
Wet.
one human Pokemon character in the game, though. That's Giovanni. I did consider like
All right.
one per gen when I was picking the initial entire list. But I was like, okay, I have too many. I have over 400 Nintendo characters here. I got to cut this shit down.
God.
It was rough. All right, so adding in Pikachu, who does that just slowly see who that eliminates for now? Oh, buddy.
A lot of Wario. King K. Rool. Some serious heavy hitters here. Bandanity.
Shulk.
Shulk. Oh.
And Pyramithra.
And Ganon. A lot of heavy hitters.
Yeah. All
Fuck.
right. On Capcom, we're going to 6-2, which is going to be Zephyr from Exoprimal.
Another character class thing, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Oh, we already talked about them. Yeah, it's
yeah. It's like
character.
the sword, like the swordsman Genji type of character. At least
Oh, right.
that's what they look like. I haven't looked at the gameplay. I just know, just like, yeah, you look like a Genji.
Yeah, I'm seeing the pictures here, and the weapons are similar.
Yeah.
Like, so they have a crossbow, maybe, and a sword.
I don't remember the crossbow, but definitely I do remember the sword.
Honestly, I have no idea. It could be two totally different characters that I'm looking at. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. I know there's actually you might be looking at Barrage. I know Barrage is the crossbow thing, but also each class apparently has like, I don't know if it's subclasses or something of the sort, but they have multiple artwork for each version of them.
Okay. Interesting.
All right. So, Zephyr or Astaroth from Ghosts and Goblins.
I'm gonna say Astaroth. I would say Zephyr, but I mean, kind of are filling a similar slot with Strider. I feel.
Yeah. And I'm not like personally too attached to the Exoprimal because I haven't played that game and it's not my style. And also I think the idea of like giant demon to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Zero from Mega Man X against Harp Note from Mega Man Star Force. Harp Note is the more or less the role of the Star Force series, and she fights with music.
Nice. What if every Mega Man character that we have in here was a variation of Roll?
It will just be Roll and Harp Note, debatedly Tron Bon, but not really Tron Bon.
Right. But Zero is my vote.
Yeah, yeah. All right, Monster Hunter or Falcon from Power Stone.
Falcon,
Yep,
because Palico can do what Monster Hunter does.
exactly. Babyhead from Captain Commando or Tron Bon.
Funny how that lines up.
Yeah,
Uh, Trombone.
yep, easily. Summon Akechi from Onimusha or Grandmaster Mayo from Strider.
Mm. Summonosuke.
I could kind of go either way here. I like the idea of a villain with Mayo, but I'm good for
Mhm.
Onimusha.
Yeah, it was a toss up for me.
Yeah. Two very classic old school Capcom choices: Sanson from Sanson or Michelle Hart from Legendary Wings.
I'm gonna go Sanson because again, it's just that Monkey King thing. It's a very attractive tail to put into a fighting game.
Yep, and I don't have Goku from Yu Yuki on the Nintendo side, so this is the best I'm gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
Tessa from Red Earth or Nero from Devil May Cry.
Dude, I'm gonna go Tessa.
I'm gonna say Nero pretty heavily.
Okay, that's fair.
All right, random.
Nero's the one with the hand, right?
Yes, the Gauntlet.
The gauntlet and swords and other shit. Okay, yeah, I mean, since I don't really care, Tessa seems interesting with her magic, but yeah, I'll just do Nero then.
Yeah, it's more the fact of Devil May Cry being as huge as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Ken Masters from Street Fighter or Firebrand from Ghosts and Goblins.
Firebrand.
Yeah, we've already got Ryu, so
Yep.
Ken could still make it, but he's kind of less priority now. It's gonna be weird when we get to Luigi and we're just like, but we have Mario. It's like, oh Jesus.
Ken could make it, but he'll be like a last minute thing.
Yeah, Astaroth or Zero,
Zero.
easily. Falcon or Trombone.
I'm gonna go trombone.
I'm torn on this one, but I'll go Tron.
Yeah, I mean Falcon is cool, but again, he has main character energy, so similar. Like trombone is more interesting moveset wise.
Yeah. Plus, we already know how Trombone will work from the other versus games.
Mm-hmm.
Summon Akechi or Sanson.
Good question, because one is a samurai archetype and one is the Monkey King. What are you thinking?
Sanson.
All right, I'm cool with that.
Nero or Firebrand.
Nero.
Yeah. All right. Next is going to be Fo Lu or Nero.
Nero.
Yep. Zero or Tronbon.
Zero.
Yeah. And then Nero or Zero. The laughter is for multiple
Sorry.
reasons.
But okay. Zero.
Yeah, I also
Would be
thought of
my vote.
Hercules in the song.
Oh yeah. Nice.
And then Zero or Sanson.
Zero.
Yeah,
It's one of those things.
yeah. I mean,
You gotta beat Mega Man up.
we don't. I feel like we should still get a Mega Man at some point. Which one it'll be, who knows? There's three on the board, but if we were only get like one Mega Man character that wasn't a Mega Man, Zero is the character easily of all of the
Precisely.
entire franchise.
Precisely. That conversation leads here. It leads into other versus Capcom games. Leads into Smash. He's just an important character to have.
Yep. All right, let's see who that knocks out. Okay, not too bad. I honestly feel kind of okay with that. Not nothing huge. Some
Mm-hmm.
personal likes, but
Yeah.
back to Nintendo though.
Oh,
Yes.
we'll get there.
You sure? You don't want to have a comment?
Oh no, I just saw like, oh, there's Oki, Rashid, Miles Edgeworth, which are all characters we like, but are not needed necessarily. So whatever.
Yeah.
Huh.
Next for Nintendo brings us to 9-7, which will become KK Slider. We don't have an Animal Crossing character yet. Will he be the one?
Maybe.
Or will somebody else in his area take that spot? We're going to find out.
What does the KK and KK slider mean anyway?
I think it's just an English version of Tota KK.
That's right. Yeah, I just remembered. Yeah.
Yeah, his Japanese name.
You be right. Yeah.
Yeah, KK Slider sounds like an American, like, what would it be, like jazz or something? I don't know. You're a music man, I'm not.
It could be. Slider, yeah, like a slide guitar. Sliding on a guitar.
Oh, boy.
Oh, bro.
Oh, boy. These characters here. Oh, no. I don't know how this is going to go. KK Slider or Alex from Golden Sun?
KK is going to get his little win here. I'm going to have to go with him.
Yeah. Ridley or the Masked Man from Earthbound?
At this point, I'll say Ridley.
I think I will too. If we didn't have Ness, I would go Masked Man just to make sure we have an Earthbound. But yeah.
Agreed.
Zale or Midna?
Let's be honest here. Midna clears this.
I honestly wasn't sure what you were going to go with. I thought you might say Zale.
Yeah, but Midna's top tier Zelda.
Fair.
Yeah.
All right, Fiora from Xenoblade or Egad from Super Mario?
I want to say Egad so bad, but it's Fiora.
Yeah, I don't think there's any argument here. If we didn't have anything from Mario, it'd be like, well, I guess. Ephraim from Fire Emblem or King Day-to-Day? Either our potential for Fire Emblem or the last necessary Kirby.
Yeah. Just like most of the internet right now, I'm going to go with the Big Penguin.
Yeah, I mean, Heavy Hammer. I think that's fun.
Yep. Blue.
Bowser or Lewin from Fire Emblem?
Okay, we're going to have to think about this for a minute. Bowser.
Yeah, sorry, Lewin. Olimar from Pikmin or Captain Falcon?
That's a tough one.
It is and it isn't, and I don't know why both are true.
Well, Captain Falcon seems obvious because of his fighting style in Smash and how much of an icon he became in Smash. But Olimar, too, I mean, Pikmin is a bigger franchise than F-Zero at this point, and it's modern and it's fresh and still. It's fresh still.
Because, like, I think when I look at these two characters and think like how they would fight, I think Captain Falcon's Smash moveset would translate into a versus Capcom game super well. But
it would be amazing. Yeah.
The fact that we had to reference his Smash moveset there, and the fact that we haven't had not counting F-Zero 99, we haven't had like a full new F-Zero game since the GameCube, which is when Olimar started happening. Yeah. I feel like we go Olimar. Like, I'll be honest, when I was putting this whole grid together, Captain Falcon was one of the very last characters that made it onto the grid.
Mm-hmm. It sucks. I mean, I think it's bullshit that we're at this point with F-Zero.
Yeah.
Not a controversial opinion. But
you can't have more than 2 racing games. Fuck off.
It's stupid. That is dumb. If you wanted Mario Kart, F-Zero, Excite Bike, Excite Truck, Excite Bots, all going at the same time, you could, in theory, do that. I mean,
you lost me at the Excite stuff.
At least one of them, and then Wave Race, and the 1080 snowboarding.
What about Diddy Kong Racing? Kirby and Ride.
I
Star Fox Grand Prix.
Having Star Fox Grand Prix. God, and the crossover with Metroid. Okay, Olimar. God.
All right.
Yeah.
Just turned all the Nintendo franchises into racing games. All right, KK Slider or Ridley?
Oof. Um, I'm gonna be weird and say KK because Animal Crossing.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Okay.
Feels weird that we're like acting like this for like for the franchises, but also Metroid is a huge franchise we don't have anything for. It's like ah,
Well, I also think Dog with Guitar is funny.
this is true.
I mean,
Midna or Fiora?
Fiora
I agree.
for Xenoblade, and again the franchise.
King Day or Bowser?
Gonna have to say Bowser.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Olimar or Chibi Robo?
Olimar.
Yeah, sorry, Chibi. Maybe if you had a new game.
Yeah, another dead franchise. Ziplash sucks.
Yeah.
Or
KK,
rather, it's worse than sucking. It's not. It's mediocre. It's nothing. It's a footnote.
right.
Anyway,
Anyway, KK Slider or Olimar?
ooh, that. I'll say Olimar, but it's by a hair.
I was thinking KK by a hair.
Well, yeah, I'll say KK as well then.
Oh, I thought we were gonna go. I thought it was gonna randomize it, but that's fine.
Yep,
Fiora or Bowser?
Bowser.
Yeah, if it was just about any other character, I would be like, yeah. But Bowser is the Nintendo villain. Which
And on a
then
similar note,
KK or Bowser?
Bowser.
Yep. That's one where it's like, no, we have. As soon as Bowser was on there, I was like, he's going to win this round.
Oh yeah, we all knew it.
Yeah.
The viewers knew it. Everyone knew it.
Sometimes
Bowser
you just know what it'll be.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. It's a ringer and industry plant.
Yep. Wait, what? Ooh, that takes out Alexandra. Oh, and Fox. And a few Pokemon.
And Takamaru. Shit.
Yeah, and Pooh.
And Falcon. And Falcon's obviously because it's in the row. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, on Capcom, we are going to 4-2. That's going to translate to Sexy Sylvia. Which, let's be honest, Nintendo would not call her that. They would not allow it. They'd be like, you're calling her Sylvia. I don't care if that's her actual canon name in Beautiful Joe. You are calling her Sylvia.
Oh, I thought they were just gonna call her sexy.
Doubt. Big time doubt. Ooh, we have some
new names on
interesting
board.
options here. Yeah. So, several characters that we have not going to talk about yet, which I like.
Mm-hmm. Me too. Oh, hey, it's the one with the crossbow.
Yep. He's also Demolitions.
Nice.
All right. So we're going to start things off with Sexy Sylvia versus Yellow Iris from Battle Circuit. A cat tiger lady from a side-scrolling beat 'em up.
Interesting. Interesting. I guess Sylvia.
I don't have a strong preference here, but I was kind of feeling Yellow Iris just as like a wild card old schooler. Although
Okay.
to be
Yeah,
fair,
let's
we've
do it.
got okay.
Yeah, it's just that's the thing is some of these matchups where both of us are like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, like I know Capcom to a good degree, but I definitely know Nintendo much better.
Yeah, same.
Astaroth or Tiffany Lords from Rival Schools. Tiffany is a cheerleading type fighter.
Interesting. Does that mean that her move set is like cheerleading oriented?
Yeah,
I'm gonna say her then.
yeah,
That
I think it'd
sounds
be
funny.
interesting.
Yeah.
Jill Valentine or Ryu from Breath of Fire.
Sorry, Double Ryu. It's gonna be Joe.
I could go either way here, but I'm good to go with Jill. If we already had
Okay.
like Chris or Leon, I'd be like, what? No. But
Yeah, precisely.
Hayato Kanzaki or Tong Poo from Strider.
I'm gonna,
Tong is the female lead from the Strider games.
Right. I'm gonna go for this for the Jedi.
Yeah, Luke Skywalker for sure.
Yeah.
New franchise. And then, funnily enough, his villain, Bilstein versus Barrage from Exoprimal.
I'm gonna go for the Darth Vader.
Yeah. Classic Mega Man versus Leo from Red Earth.
You're gonna have to look up the Leo. See, like he's the lion, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the lion guy.
Yes, he is.
He has a short. He has a sword and shield.
Got it. That's interesting. I'm gonna say Mega Man, but it's interesting.
Yeah. Zack and Wiki versus Shoma Sawamura from Rival Schools. And much like how Tiffany has cheerleading moves, Shoma fights with a baseball bat. He's a baseball moveset character.
All right, let's only because I like Zack and Wiki's design, but it's hard to imagine what they would do because their game is just nowhere online. I'll go Shoma.
All right. Next is Linz versus Regina.
What do you think?
I kind of lean Regina here, but I could go either way.
Me too. So
A gun like space guns. Actually, might be regular guns. I'm not entirely sure. But also, like you know how in MVC2, how Jill can summon zombies and throw them at people. Like, imagine what if dinosaurs could be involved in Regina's moveset somehow.
Well, and with that in mind, my vote is 100% Regina.
There we go. Yellow Iris versus Tiffany Lords.
Tiffany.
I'm good with that. Jill Valentine against Hayato Kanzaki.
Jill.
Bilstein or Classic Mega Man.
One is, again, Star Wars knockoff character, which is kind of interesting, and but we don't have a Mega Man on the board, so I'm gonna go Mega Man.
Shoma or Regina.
Regina.
Jill Valentine or Mega Man.
Okay. What are you thinking here?
We've got two Mega Man characters. There are two other Mega Men in the grid. Neither of them have been knocked out in round 2 yet. We currently have one Resident Evil character with Albert Wesker, but he's the villain and would fight differently from Jill as we see it in VC3.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of lean Jill in that regards, but I could be swayed.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's go Jill for now.
Okay. Tiffany Lords or Regina?
For the sake of the dino, I'll say Regina.
And then Jill Valentine or Regina?
If Resident Evil weren't so prominent, I would go with Regina, but I'm leading Jill.
Okay. Part of me was just like, do I try to argue for Jill but dinosaurs? But no, I'm good to go with the actual Jill.
Okay then. We'll get there with the wild card shit.
Oh yeah, I mean we have a little bit already with Roll in debatably Palico. But let's get back up to the grid. Jill, where in the heck are you? There you are.
Right, teleporter behind you.
Ooh, that takes out Dante and Mega Man X. But Classic Mega Man is still in, and so is EXE.
Interesting.
All right, on the Nintendo, we are going to 7-6, which will translate to Twin Tell.
Okay.
All right, so let's see who's going to be in the mix here. Seeing some interesting things already. Well, it's debatable how interesting. There's some characters that we haven't gotten to cover yet. Not a big way, at least. No, that one's funny. That one's funny. That's a very funny. My boy. Oh Jesus. I love the grid. The grid game is both terrifying and also amusing. Twin
Oh wow.
Tell from Arms or Rob.
My lean is raw, but I could there is a way. I mean, I could be convinced of Twin Tail because the move set is so different in
Yeah.
this format.
And I also went with Twin
Yeah.
Tail for the arms rep because she has like regular arms, but also her arms come out of her hair. So you can do more interesting stuff with her in a 2D fighting game than like Spring Man.
Agreed.
Although I almost had
I'm gonna
Ninjara.
spice, I'm gonna spice things up and say Twin Tail.
I could go either way, but I kind of like the idea of Twin Tail. Even though like we kind of talk shit on arms, I do like the idea of an arms fighter in this game.
Oh yeah, the problem with arms is not the fighters. The characters are cool.
Well, about half
Most
the characters are cool.
fair enough. Helix is one of them.
I guess.
I like Helix. He's my friend.
At least you didn't say Mechanica.
Meh.
All right, next, Robin from Fire Emblem or Dracovish from Pokemon.
Give me that Dracovish pitch.
Listen, my Dracovish pitch would work better against a lesser character, but I can't make a pitch against Robin. Even though we already have three Fire Emblem characters, I still would have to say Robin over Dracovish in this particular instance. But Dracovish is here because one, I thought it'd be funny, and two, I can imagine it being like a Wolverine style, like berserker character. And three, this fucker is a monster in competitive, and that's why it amuses me to put him in consideration.
Okay, Robin.
Yeah. Greninja from Pokemon or Alex from Golden Sun.
Greninja.
Yeah. Alear from Fire Emblem or Byleth from Fire Emblem. If you
Interesting
didn't
on
know.
multiple levels.
The two
Um,
most recent protagonists.
and two of the most shit on by
Well,
us
there's
and others.
Chris.
Yeah, also true. Although I've warmed up to Violet over the years, the inclusion in Smash on multiple levels still feels a little much. But the character, I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
And what's funny is I like both of them in a game like this more than I like them in Smash. I think they would both work a
mhm,
lot better in this format.
yeah, and I guess if a Lear were the one who moved on, you would just give them rings that are not Morthike and Lyn.
Yeah, yeah. Or whatever other ones end up making on the roster.
Right, so you can be like, oh, Alear has Sigurd and Soren or Micaiah or whatever the hell.
Right.
And then Byleth again, he has the sword of the creator and
Could give him, honestly,
anything but yeah.
considering how Dante works in MVC3, you could give Byleth all of the relic weapons.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. So I'll say Byleth here.
And I'll say Alear because he's the new boy. That's literally my whole argument.
Okay.
Random it up. That's a 6. That's Byleth. All right, Giovanni or Waluigi.
Giovanni, I imagine summoning character,
Yes.
Persian, his other Pokemon.
Kind of like
Waluigi,
what's her name,
yeah.
Garanjo from Tatsunoko.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of how I imagine
Waluigi,
Giovanni.
random guy.
Yeah,
Random guy. Sports, Piranha Plant, Swim, Vine, Cross Shop.
it'd be like like not exactly the Deadpool of MVC3, but kind of the Deadpool. And then like, in terms of just like he's
Oh
just
my
doing
god.
whack shit. Like he's not gonna grab the health bar and smack you with it, but he's gonna be like very random looking animations, just doing weird shit.
Oh my gosh. Wow, I was convincing myself of Giovanni right then, and then you said that. So I'm torn now. Um, ah, what's your lean?
I think both are valid. Getting a Pokemon character that's not like an actual Pokemon, but Giovanni would be able to use, like, say, Persian, Nidoking, Dugtrio, just having them pop up for different moves, and also villain for that. Versus
Hmm.
Waluigi, who was just we have a bias. Let's be fucking real. Um,
Hmm.
and just random shit.
Yeah, yeah. There is room for a random shit character,
Yeah,
and he's not a bad choice for that. And there's room for a summoning character, and the idea of Giovanni is very attractive for on that level, and also being a villain. Like I would not be against seeing a version of that in Smash perhaps, but it would be a little bit more to workshop in that format.
yeah. It kind of works
Um,
better here.
I'm gonna go against my heart here and say Giovanni.
Okay. Bowser Jr. or Ray Mark III from Custom Robo.
Okay, Bowser Jr. Are we thinking Koopa thing, clown car again?
I mean, you could go either way. You don't have to like marry yourself to either
Yeah,
particular
that's true.
rendition to it. It could be clown car. It could be regular just on its feet in the paintbrush, or like clown car could be like there's some characters in MVC3 that can go into like a flying mode, quote unquote, and
Hmm.
maybe that's when he gets in the clown car, or like all his air dashes have the clown car just appear, or it could be one of his supers. Who knows?
Hmm. Okay. I'm all that said that I'm leaning Ray at this point only because Custom Row would be kind of fun to get on the board.
I'm leaning Ray because we already have Bowser, and in this format, I don't think we necessarily need Junior.
Fair.
Pit from Kid Icarus or Micaiah from Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn.
Okay.
Yeah. Twintel or Robin.
Robin feels obvious, but we also have three Fire Emblem on the board already. Arms again could work here.
Yeah.
What do you think?
My gut was to say Robin right away, even though he would be or would potentially be Fire Emblem number 4. But I think Twintel is interesting enough that she could be picked here.
Okay. Hmm. Well, what, I'm gonna throw that wrench. I'll say Twintel.
Okay. Greninja or Byleth.
Greninja.
Yeah. Giovanni or Ray Mark III.
Giovanni.
Twintel or Greninja.
I'm gonna say Twintel.
Mm,
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
think I'm going to say Greninja here.
Okay.
Very popular Pokemon and a starter.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, yeah. I'll change my vote to Greninja.
Giovanni or Pit.
Hmm. I think I have to go Pit.
Yeah. Greninja or Pit.
Gonna have to go Pit again.
I'm going to go Greninja here.
Okay.
It's a 9. That's
Wow.
Pit.
Wow. Okay.
The randomizer has liked your picks more often than not.
I was thinking the same thing. I just didn't want to say it because it was gonna jinx me for the future. Which might be good because maybe we needed to be more varied.
I mean, eh. This is not like a serious hardcore project. We're fine. I'm not upset
Yeah.
yet. There's Balloon Fighter's not on here. It's fine.
Yeah, DK Jr.'s not on here, so I
Oh my
already
god,
am
Samus
upset
is out.
again. God.
Oh boy.
Maybe she'll get her chance another day.
She's only got one chance in round 3. Capcom side, we're going to 4-2, which is going to go to Hayato Kanzaki. Wow, we're going to see this whole column again. Okay. All right, that's a little soon, but that's how the randomizer works. At least it's going to be a different row that we haven't gotten to discuss yet, or at least some of them we haven't gotten to discuss.
Yeah, I don't know who Devilot is.
I'm not sure if she's like the antagonist or she's just like a rival character in Cyberbots, but she's when I've looked at like crossover stuff that Capcom will do in various games, uh Jin is the first character they pick from Cyberbots typically, and Devilot is the second character that they pick.
He looks pretty funny.
Yeah.
Pretty entertaining. Yep.
Ooh, interesting. So starting off, Hayato or Devilot?
I'm looking up what she does really quick, so that would be.
It's also a giant mecha game, but the mecha for Jin only appears in MVC2 when he's doing some of his supers. Otherwise, it's just him doing like punching and kicking moves.
Weird. She fights in a giant octopus. I would not expect that.
Japan, Japan,
Yeah.
Japan.
And then otherwise, it looks like she fights with a scimitar. Yeah. Hayato.
Yeah, I think so. Falcon from Power Stone or Mega Man.exe?
What are you thinking?
Mega Man.
Yeah, I can't say Falcon over Mega Man. Come on.
Deus from Breath of Fire or Tong Poo?
Deus.
Yeah. Bilstein or Barrage?
Bilstein.
Classic Mega Man or Leo from Red Earth?
Mega Man.
Zack and Wiki or Cammy from Street Fighter?
Cammy.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
Hayato or Mega Man.exe?
EXE.
Deus or Bilstein?
Interesting. Thoughts?
I think Deus would be more interesting.
Not cool.
Breath of Fire's got more history to it.
Mm-hmm.
Classic Mega Man or Cammy?
Mega Man.
Mega Man.exe or Deus?
EXE.
Classic Mega Man or Sigma from Mega Man X?
Classic Mega Man.
Okay, here we go. This is where I had to make arguments with myself because now it's classic Mega Man or Mega Man.exe, and I'm just going to immediately jump into my own thoughts here. Obviously, we all know, anybody that knows me knows that Battle Network is my Mega Man franchise. It ain't classic, it ain't X, it ain't Zero, nah. Battle Network's my shit. I fucking love it. I made a obnoxiously huge moveset for him for Smash.
Yeah.
Versus classic Mega Man, who is more popular, I think, fairly sure. He's gotten more games even after his series was supposedly over after Mega Man 8, when they gave him 9, 10, and 11. Whereas Battle Network, the only thing they've gotten post-mortem has been the Legacy Collection, which, don't get me wrong, fucking love the Legacy Collection. And then we also, when it comes to the other main characters we currently have, we have Roll.exe repping Battle Network, we have Zero repping X and debatably the Zero sub-franchise. Whereas we don't have anything from Classic yet. We do have other characters from Classic on the grid. Dr. Wily's on there. I believe Classic Base is on there. I think those are the only ones. And there's a couple other characters representing Battle Network and other sub-franchises of Mega Man. So, all that to say, like, my heart wants me to say go with EXE, but I'm also trying to think in terms of, like, do I need to balance it and have a classic character with classic Mega Man? Knowing that whichever one we pick will most likely kind of knock out all other Mega Men. Because do you need to? Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it could still happen, but do you need it?
Correct. Yeah, that is the conundrum. um, you know, eliminating biases. There is factually role is already on the board as an EXE character, and Battle Network is comparatively to X or Classic on the more niche side of things. Not to say it's a cult classic thing, but it's just not as popular as those two. Um, but there's Base and Wiley are on the board, as you said. Sigma's there. There are other options for Mega Man, so I'm not particularly gilded to any one thing here. Like, if you wanted to go for Mega Man.exe here, I don't care. Like, he's objectively the more interesting character with more things you can do. And there's room for probably at least one more Mega Man character on this roster that won't be Battle Network, that would balance things out.
Here's my
So,
argument. Here's what I'm
yeah.
going to say as my final word on this. Classic Mega Man was playable in Marvel vs. Capcom 1 and Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Mega Man.exe has only crossed over in a fucking Sengoku Basara game. Or was it Onimusha? One of the two. It was something like that. I have to double check now to make sure I'm not talking shit. But yeah, it's weird. I think it's like him and Zero are crossover for some reason. Yeah, Onimusha Blade Warriors. Mega Man.exe is in that game. For some reason, him and Zero are guest characters. Like, what the shit? I don't understand. But that's the only crossover he's had outside of crossover with himself and Boktai, which is a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, hey, fuck it. I want EXE to have his time in the sun.
That is so weird. Sorry, I'm looking up the Onimusha gameplay now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm not gonna fight that. Let's do it.
All right, I had to come up with arguments first before I went into it. So it's like I had to establish these things. I need to make it clear that there are reasons that I know my bias. All right, let's see what that gets rid of. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. All right, back to Nintendo. We're going to 9-4, which hits the Masked Man. The randomizer loves giving us this column for Nintendo. Dear God, it gave it to us multiple times in round 1. It's giving it to us multiple times in round 2. For fuck's sake, we want to talk about different things. Lord. All right. Interesting. Some curious stuff here.
Oh yeah.
All right. Masked Man or Zale?
Masked Man or Zale. I'm gonna go for Zale here. Just looking at what we have on the board, giving more of a niche property at this point. Spotlight, again, kind of, he has multiple weapons he can use, not just gathering. Yeah. So I'll go with him. But whatever.
That
Either
works.
way.
Well, that works for me. I mean, we've
Okay.
already got Ness to represent Earthbound, and I honestly don't think like we necessarily need a second Earthbound character, though there are several on the grid.
Yeah.
Midna or Fiora?
Fiora.
Lucario or Ridley?
Oh wow. On one hand, Metroid doesn't have a character on the board yet. On the other, it's Lucario.
Again, one of the single most popular Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. I think I'll have to go for Lucario.
Yeah. Ephraim or Maka from Magical Star Sign?
I'm gonna say Maka. Again, something interesting for now, and there's a lot of Fire Emblem art here.
Yeah. Garchomp or Little Mac?
Garchomp is funny. I kind of like the idea of it, Little Mick.
I could go either way here. I mean, we only have one Pokemon on the board, but I do think Little Mac would work well in this
Me
format. A
too.
lot better than he does in Smash.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Zale or Fiora?
Fiora.
Lucario or Maka?
Lucario.
Little Mac or Princess Peach?
Hmm. Little Mac would work in this format, but again, Peach is Peach. Um, I'll say Peach, but I could go either way.
I'm also kind of feeling Peach.
Okay.
All right, Fiora or Peach?
Hmm. What are your thoughts here?
I think this is a lot closer than Little Mac.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Peach is an extremely important character,
She is,
but
but we don't have
Fiora
Xenoblade
represents.
yet.
Yeah,
And I
precisely.
think Xenoblade or I think Fiora would create a more interesting moveset than Peach would.
Unquestionably, unless you dipped into Showtime. I'll,
True.
I'm gonna vote Fiora here, though.
I'm going to as well.
Okay.
And then Fiora or Lucario.
We ball in Fiora.
Part of me feels like I should say Lucario. It's such a popular Pokemon, but we have a lot of Pokemon on the board, and I'd like to get Xenoblade on here.
Me too. That's exactly it. I mean, plus it's just fucking cool.
Yeah. Plus, we know
But yeah,
Shulk is already
Xenoblade.
knocked out of round two. So
Mhm. Yeah, Xenoblade. Yeah, Xenoblade has become too important of a franchise to just block out.
yeah. All right. Why should
Sorry, dog Ryu.
dog? Oh, yeah. And I mean, if they had like any kind of like rival system, even if it was just like in the marketing for revealing characters, Lucario against Ryu, we know.
Hmm.
Like
Hmm.
Mario makes sense as far as like the companies are concerned, but as far as what the characters are, what they do, Lucario is Ryu.
Hmm. Yeah, Mario could get somebody else like Dr. Light.
All right, back to actually Mario could be against Mega Man unless Samus.
Oh,
Back
true.
to Capcom. 5-4 takes us to Batsu
Cool.
Ichimonji.
That guy.
That guy, the main guy of rival schools. Okay, let's see who he's gonna be up against. Hmm. Hmm.
Again. Again. Proto Man.
Oop, there we go. All right, so kicking it off, we have Batsu versus Babyhead.
Baby head.
I say
I don't
Batsu because we don't have anything
I
from rival schools yet.
okay, that's fair. I'm gonna stick with baby head just because it's more interesting as a fighter.
Okay, randomizer it is. It's a 6. It's Babyhead. My God.
Wow.
Chris Redfield from Resident Evil or Protoman.exe.
I could go either way here. I do have to admit it feels a little much to have three .exe characters.
It does. Um, I agree with that. Chris Redfield would be our third Resident Evil, but I would feel more comfortable doing a third Resident Evil than a third Battle Network. As much as I'm a Battle
Yeah.
Network stan,
Even though I'm with you, and it would be cool to have Protoman.exe there, and also kind of funny at this point.
and he'd be more
But
unique than
yeah,
Chris.
yeah, I'm not a big. Chris is fine, but he's like not exciting, you
No.
know. But yeah, Chris,
All right, Nathan Spencer or Gene from God Hand.
Gene, what does Gene do?
Uh, I know he punches,
He's a
and
martial artist.
people really wanted him. People really wanted him in MVC3, and they were just like, "Oh my god, how do they not have Gene?" I don't know if like the game did very well.
Mhm. Okay, he fights demons with kung fu, karate, taekwondo, and American boxing, among other martial arts. Interesting. And he has physics-defying attacks with the power of the God Hand. The hell? Okay, so he's like a more capable Iron Fist or something. Like he's all over that map. Um, versus Bionic Commando, he has the stretchy arm.
My thought is to go
Gene,
Gene because
yeah,
Spencer is already like he's 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 got MVC3, he's got Infinite. I think we can give Gene a shot here.
I tend to agree.
Classic base or Rouge from Power Stone. Rouge is, I believe, fire wielding and also uh kind of
Has a
belly
bat.
dancing, I believe.
Is a bat.
What? No,
Oh,
not the Sonic character, dumbass.
she's interesting, and you know, in a sense, those are some cool moves she can do. Um, Base is a worthy classic Mega Man character, though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Base.
I'm going to say Rouge because we have a lot of time left to add in more Mega Man characters. We already have three when we don't have anything Power Stone.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not married to Base, so let's do that.
Okay. Tong Pu or the Arisen from Dragon's Dogma.
You know, just for doing something different, I'll say the original.
Yeah, I was definitely going to say the Arisen here. We've already got a
Yep.
Strider representing his game. Babyhead or Chris Redfield?
Again, like the sake of something different, baby head.
I feel like I should say Chris here, but I honestly having both him and Jill just doesn't interest me that much.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd be more interested if as Leon as a second or as a third character, but Chris just doesn't. Meh. It's Chris.
Yeah, he. Yeah.
Jean or Rouge?
Rouge, I would say.
The Arisen or Franziska von Karma?
Again, I want to say Von Karma, but Arisen.
Yeah, I kind of feel Arisen.
Mm-hmm.
Babyhead or the Arisen?
The Arisen.
The Arisen or Rouge?
Ooh,
Two
what do you
new
think?
franchises here. I don't know too much about Dragon's Dogma or how or what the Arisen does. I assume he has a sword and probably other weapons. It's probably I don't know if it's Dark Soulsy or anything like that, or if it's more Devil May Cry, or I really don't know. I have a teensy bit more familiarity with Power Stone.
Mm-hmm. Um,
Dragon's Dogma 2 did just come out in what, 2023, 24?
it was recent. It
That
was
might
recent, and then yeah.
that might be reason alone to go with the Arisen here.
Okay, I kind of wanted to say Rouge because of the move set, but yeah, yeah, I think we could go hit with him.
Yeah. Although Rouge would fit Nintendo better.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Hmm.
Did we leave it to
Um.
randomizer?
Sure.
All right. Which one? I guess we'll have Rouge be the one representing you, since that was arguing more for Arisen.
Mm-hmm.
It is a 8. It's Rouge.
Oh my god.
Randomizer, listen, buddy. I thought we were cool. I mean, I'm cool with either one of these two. Technically, I would have rather
Mm-hmm.
had Rouge on a personal note. But what the hell? I would like to have some wins.
It's a meme at this point.
It, yeah,
The memes on the show are against me, so it's just been pretty
that's
entertaining.
true. All right, so that's gonna knock out a few people. Honestly, I'm. Ooh, I just reminded we don't have anything from Darkstalkers yet.
Wow.
They could get shut out. I mean, there's a few on here. But back to Nintendo, we are going to 6-3 Officer Howard from Astral Chain.
All right.
Let's see who else will be discussed. There's already. Oh boy. Oh no, God.
Oh.
Ah,
Again.
dearie. Ooh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, this could be interesting. Officer Howard or Groose.
Officer Howard.
I thought you were gonna say Groose.
No, new franchise. Grease isn't like top of mind for Zelda.
Okay, I just thought like funny wild card man.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
Robin or Medusa?
Both give you a magic user.
Mm-hmm.
One's a villain, one's from Fire Emblem. Uh, Medusa. I'm kind of feeling Medusa.
I'm also feeling Medusa here. I think Robin would defeat a lot of characters in my personal thought, but I think Medusa is strong enough that she can overtake him, especially with there already being 3 Fire Emblems.
Mm-hmm.
Maka from Magical Star Sign or Tiki?
Uh, Tiki, I think, because I don't know. I could go either way.
My lean is Maka. I think they both be unique and interesting, but again, 3 Fire Emblems.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. Maka.
Diddy Kong or Sheldon from Splatoon?
On one hand, we should have a Kong. On the other hand, it's weird that it's not Donkey Kong. But Diddy does have a lot at his disposal, and I think that he would translate well into this kind of game. Um, Sheldon, similar. Diddy.
Yeah, I'm Diddy. Tingle or the Inkling from Splatoon?
Inkling.
Yeah. Officer Howard or Medusa?
Medusa.
Maka or Diddy Kong?
Interesting, but I'll go with Diddy Kong.
Inkling or Rosalina?
Inkling.
Medusa or Diddy Kong?
Hmm. I could go either way, but I'll say Diddy again.
Yeah, I think character to character, I like Medusa more, but Donkey Kong over Kid Icarus.
Mm-hmm.
And then Diddy Kong or the Inkling?
Strong matchup, but Splatoon needs to be on the board.
Yeah, 100%
Yep.
for sure.
Mm-hmm. Inkling it is.
Inkling it is. All right. Back to the grid. Let's see here. Inkling, what are you going to be knocking out? Well, there goes Charizard. No love lost there. But it is still a big Pokemon potential character.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Capcom 9-2. That's going to send us to Chris Redfield. But he's going to have a different opponent, which could be interesting. Less so for him, but more for them.
There you go.
God, we've seen a lot from this row too. Recently, it feels like. All right, so
Yep.
this one's going to start off with Chris Redfield versus Ayame.
Uh, let's go, Chris. We just had Power Stone on the board.
Oh, that's right. I forgot we did include Rouge. I
Yep.
God, wow. Shit. And I was gonna go Ayame until you reminded me of that. Yeah, no, I guess in this case I would say Chris. I don't think two Power Stones uh I think Chris outweighs the second Power Stone.
Agreed.
Chun Li or Asura from Asura's Wrath.
Sura's rap. Let's look that up real quick.
Imagine character that gets stronger the angrier they get, kind of like Hulk, but then like they're a god.
Oh, it's like Hulk, but scary. Yeah.
World Breaker
Okay.
Hulk.
Yeah. Yeah. Asura.
I
Hmm.
I'm Chun
Sorry,
Li.
I was reading the wrong name here. I was like Tongpu or Asura. No, Chun Li.
Yeah, I do. I might be a little disappointed if it ends up being Chun Li. It's like, wow, so our three Street Fighters are Ryu, Chun Li, and Bison. How original! But it's also those three.
Mm-hmm.
Chuck Green from Dead Rising or Baby Head.
One throws the shopping cart in zombie, and one is a baby in a giant mech. How are you feeling about this?
Part of me says Chuck Green because I think just like looking at the Dead Rising mechanics in general, there's a lot of interesting things you can do there, especially since Chuck's game introduced combining items together. Ore paddles plus chainsaws equals oh god, no, please, why? But I don't know. I also just feel weird about Chuck Green when like the entire franchise is pretty much Frank West, and then it's like, oh yeah, Chuck exists and Nick Ramos kind of exists.
Mm-hmm.
But
Right. Yeah.
Frank West may or may not make it. I'm not sure if he's currently knocked out in round two. So
Hmm. Uh, yeah. I guess I'll go with Baby Head because it's like a running joke for me at this point.
all right, I won't fight for Chuck. Tong Poo or The Arisen,
The Arisen.
Chris Redfield or Chun Li,
Chun Li.
Babyhead or The Arisen,
The Arisen.
Chun Li or The Arisen.
Ooh,
Ooh, indeed.
what do you think about this?
I think I go Arisen here. Dragon's Dogma, the second game came out relatively recently, and just out of the thought process of like maybe potentially mixing up the Street Fighter reps, so it's not just the core three.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I would not be upset if it's
Yeah.
the core three, but
Part of me feels strange about that, but I'll go with Arisen.
okay. Arisen or Franziska von Karma?
And Arisen.
Yeah,
There they are.
he almost made it in last time, and now he's here.
Yep.
All right, back to the grid. Arisen, who do you knock out? He actually doesn't knock out Chun Li, so she's still on the board. Does knock out Jamie from the new Street Fighter though.
Oof.
Oh man, and two of the cool Sengoku Basara characters. I'm sad. All right, we are halfway through round two, so let's see here. Back to Nintendo. We're going to 3-8. Which brings us to ooh, we were talking about Luigi a bit earlier. He's now the centerpiece character for this part.
Green Man.
Green Mario. Oh God,
Ha! Wow.
we're getting to it with some of this. Boy,
There
are
we
we
are.
getting to it. Okay, Luigi or Yoshi?
Yoshi.
Yoshi, yeah. Garchomp or Palutena?
Uh, part of me wants to say Garchomp here. Palutena. I like Palutena. She has a lot of interesting stuff up her sleeve that you could do, as we saw in Smash 4. And yeah, at this point, I mean, I'll still go for her, but Garchomp is, again, tantalizing option.
I'm actually going for Garchomp here. Bigger character, a second Pokemon. I think that's slightly important. And also, it's got like I could see it like moving interesting ways.
Hmm. Okay, take it to the coin.
All right, it's a fucking 9. It's Palutena.
How many in a row does that make it now? Oh
Two,
my god.
every single tie in round 2 has been for you.
Oh my word.
All right, well, moving
Oh,
on. Diddy Kong or Byleth?
Diddy.
Lip or Dixie Kong?
Ooh, I like the idea of Lit, but
We still need a DK.
yeah, Dixie.
Yoshi or Palutena?
Yoshi.
Diddy Kong or Dixie Kong?
Funny how that works, but Diddy.
I'm actually thinking Dixie. I think she's just like they can almost do the same things as each other, but I think Dixie's just like that slightly more interesting.
Okay, let's switch it up then and say Dixie. I'm fine with that.
Yoshi or Mewtwo?
Ha! I'm gonna
This
have to.
one's hard.
It's very hard, considering. Mm, my mind is saying Mewtwo. What about yours?
Mine is saying Yoshi. It's
Let's do.
fucking
Yeah,
Yoshi.
yeah. I'm not gonna fight that. Yoshi, it is.
Then Yoshi or Dixie Kong?
My brain set. No, it's Yoshi.
Yeah. He's more important. The only Kong that I think I might vote for over Yoshi would be DK himself.
Or Swanky.
Absolutely not. Get good taste, please. I know it's not possible for you. I've tried.
He was in the Mario Brothers movie.
That doesn't mean anything. They also had multiple Swinkies in the Mario Brothers movie.
Highlighting how important he is.
No. All right, let's see. Going to Capcom now. It's going to be 9-8, which will take us to Chuck Green. This column again. Jesus. Could we talk? Actually, I guess we've almost seen this column twice, but it's like this column back to back. It's like, guys, please.
Wow.
All right. Starting off with Chuck Green or Asura.
Asura.
Ooh, I was feeling Chuck. I'm
Okay.
good to go with Asura. I think that's interesting.
Yeah.
Chun Li or a Yame from Power Stone.
Chun-Li.
Yeah. Grandmaster Mayo or Classic Mega Man.
You know what? We have a Mega Man on the board. I'm gonna toss it up here and say Grandmaster Mayo.
I had the same thought. Akira Kazama or the Witch Doctor from Exo Primal.
Akira is the military girl.
Yes.
Okay. Witch Doctor is
A support unit.
uh, kind of, kind of going, kind of leaning Witch Doctor.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I think it's
Okay.
interesting to try and make like I think it has a cool design, and it would be interesting to take like a support class and make them into a fighter for this kind of game.
Definitely.
Asura or Chun Li?
Chun-Li.
Yeah, and Grandmaster Mayo or a Witch Doctor?
Hmm. I'm going to say Witch Doctor for something different.
Yep. And then Chun Li or Witch Doctor?
You know what? I'm going to say Witch Doctor again for something different.
That
Weirdly enough.
surprises me after the little comment you made about Chun Li earlier.
Yeah.
I was thinking Chun Li.
Wow. If you're at that point, I can be at that point. Yeah. Let's just do it.
Okay. You don't want the randomizer to give you another win?
Sometimes the wins we make in life are when we don't use the randomizer.
Okay. All right, back to the grid then. Let's see, Chun Li. That's our third Street Fighter. But honestly, if any, uh, if any Capcom franchises are going to have a high amount, it's Mega Man and it's Street Fighter.
Yeah.
All right, Nintendo 9-5.
Nintendo.
Lucario is going to be our center point.
Okay.
So let's see who's going to be up for debate. Ooh, oh, ooh, ooh,
Okay, I see why now.
ooh. Okay. Starting with Lucario or Lip.
Just Lucario.
Donkey Kong or Maka.
DK.
Lucario or Donkey Kong.
That's the hard one.
Honestly, I
That's the
don't
hard
think
one,
it
but
is.
I was going to say, but is it really? Because it has to be DK.
It has to be DK. And then Donkey Kong or Peach.
Donkey Kong?
This is more hard than Lucario to me. But yeah, I think Donkey Kong 100%.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. We finally have a Kong.
And it's the one. So hooray.
Yeah, it's the most important one. So that works
Denoki
out.
Kong.
All right, grid. Let's see. Donkey Kong, you knock out a few things. Nothing that I'm like maybe a couple things that I was excited about. But oh boy, this could be. We're getting to the end of round two, and I'm seeing like some of these characters like who curious what we'll go with here. 10-1 on Capcom though will bring us to Tron Bond as our centerpiece. Let's see who they're going to be up against. Okay, interesting, interesting. We start off by saying Tron or Grandmaster Mayo.
Hmm. You know, Tron Bond feels like a comfortable fourth Mega Man character. Grandmaster Mayo is a cool wild card, so I'm in a toss up here. What about you?
I think both franchise wise and character wise, Tron over Mayo.
Okay, easy, done.
Sanson or Nemesis from Resident Evil.
Son.
If
The
Nemesis was
Monkey
against a
King.
bunch of other characters, I would probably go Nemesis. But Monkey King, Tronbon or Sanson.
Again, with the names. Hmm. Monkey King is very tantalizing, but I think maybe we'll throw the bone to Mega Man one more time here.
I'm leaning Sanson, if only because we still have round three, and there are still several Mega Man characters that can be included.
Okay, you know what? Screw it. Yes. Son then.
Then the last part here is Sanson or Sagat, the original Street Fighter villain.
Yeah, and Sanson's in.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. Wow. Okay.
I could have been convinced of Sagat though.
Yeah, but that's pretty
Unique
pretty
playstyle with
cool.
Muay Thai, but Sansan is also pretty unique.
Hmm. Yeah, Sanson is a short monkey man.
Yes, but his granddaughter is tall, or
Yes, he
at
is.
least.
Yep.
Oh, sadness. All right, Nintendo 110 Mewtwo is our center
Ooh.
character here, and I'm already seeing potential interestingness. Mewtwo or Princess Peach?
Um. Hmm. I think Peach, and both these characters are important, obviously. Um, I'm torn because as soon as I mentioned Peach could use Showtime stuff, that shot her up in my mind as far as personal interest went. Um, but Mewtwo, you talk about original antagonists. He's up there. What do you think?
I feel Mewtwo. We have one Pokemon and it's Pikachu, and even if we only had two Pokemon, if it was Pikachu and Mewtwo, that's a worthy duo.
I'm with you there. Okay.
Paper Mario or Diddy Kong?
What do you think about a 2D character like Paper Mario working in this game?
Uh, I think Paper Mario could make it work. I don't know if I would say that about like every 2D esque character that's out there. Like there's a reason I didn't include Mr. Game and Watch in this, even though he does
Mm-hmm.
work in Smash. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there'd be a problem with Paper Mario. Like
Okay.
this is like it's still like a 2D plain field game. This isn't Soul Calibur or
Right.
Tekken.
Right. Hmm. I'm kind of torn here again. Like he's he feels it's almost weird to be like, oh, here's Mario kind of again in a way when we
Yeah.
just had Mario and Bowser on the board. So I think I'll lean Diddy.
Yeah, I had that same issue. It's like character wise, like I like Paper Mario more, but I do kind of wonder, it's like, how does that feel with the rest of the roster? Maybe Diddy is the better choice. Like it's not like he's gonna be similar to Donkey Kong. He's a lot more smaller and agile. While Paper Mario would be very Mario adjacent.
Right. Just with partners and shit.
If he even uses them.
Mm-hmm. He might just use stickers.
I was gonna say batches, but yeah, sure, we could remember that stickers exist. All right, Mewtwo or Diddy Kong?
Mewtwo.
Mewtwo or Byleth?
Mewtwo. I really had to think there.
Yes, I could see the hesitations. Like, oh, okay. All right, back to the grid. Let's see where this will leave us. Oh, that's interesting. I'll talk about that when we get there. So Capcom 4-6. So Barrage is going to be our centerpiece.
Nice.
Oops, I wasn't showing the grid there. Oh well, it's fine. I have a lot of moving parts to how I'm having to do this. It's
Oh.
okay. All right. So, oh boy. Barrage versus Classic Mega Man.
Again, already a Mega Man on the board. I'm feeling Barrage.
Yep. Silky who is the protagonist, I believe, of Onimusha 3 and was in Tatsunoko vs.
Isn't
Capcom,
yeah,
or Virgil, Dante's
Virgil.
rival and primary villain in Devil May Cry.
Yeah, yeah, Virgil.
Yeah, and then Barrage or Virgil.
Yeah, Virgil again. There you
Oh
go.
yeah,
First
can't
time
do
here,
otherwise.
easy in. Absolutely.
Even if we already had both Dante and Nero, I probably still would have voted for Virgil in all those matchups.
Mm. Yeah, I feel that.
There he is. All right,
He is.
so we're gonna have an interesting situation now on the Nintendo side of the grid. Let me go ahead and mark Virgil's spot on Capcom first. Oh, we have the same interesting scenario on both sides. All right, so normally at this point, when there'd be 2 character slots left in a round, there should be 4 characters on the board. However, you look at both Nintendo and Capcom, there's only 3. And that's
Yeah.
because where there should be an open slot was a character that was already chosen in the first round, which means we don't get to make any choices here, Jono. The choices are made for us because we have to have in each round 1 per column and row is picked, which means we are forced to include Dracovish and Maka on Nintendo, and we are forced to have Nemesis and Classic Mega Man on Capcom.
Oh my
This
god.
is how the game works sometimes.
Wow. Wow. That's
So that's
well
interesting.
all characters I don't yeah, this
Welcome
could be
to the grid-based roster game.
this could
This is
this could be
how
the
this
strangest
shit
thing.
works
This could be
sometimes.
the strangest thing that happens all game. Oh
I
my word.
I talked about how I've been running this kind of thing multiple times with like Dissidia uh mindset with doing Dissidia characters, and I've run into this multiple times. The first time we ran into this, I hadn't developed this rule yet of like the when it gets to the 2v2, you just have to pick a pair. The first time it happened, I was still like picking one of the 4 coordinates, and I ran
Hmm.
into an error. It's like, oh no, oh, I no spot in the grid is available. Oh, what do I do about this? So I had to come up with this rule.
Hmm.
But this makes it
Well, hey,
kind of
Dracovish is
curious.
in.
Dracovish made
Dracovish.
it. My God. And we have 2 Mega Men.
Here, yeah, this is the world we live in.
Hey, maybe that means we can have Paper Mario.
Maybe so.
Christ.
That's funny.
Christ. Okay. That's the end of round 2. All right, so like we did at the end of round 1, before we go ahead and move into round 3, let's go over the roster as it stands with every character that has made it in thus far. On Nintendo's side, we have from Donkey Kong, from Earthbound, Ness, from Fire Emblem, Marth, Ike, and Lindis, from Golden Sun, Isaac, from Kid Icarus, Pit, from Kirby, Kirby and Meta Knight, from The Legend of Zelda, Link and Zelda, from Magical Star Sign, Maka, from Pokemon, Pikachu, Mewtwo, and Dracovish, from Splatoon, Inkling, from Super Mario, Mario and Bowser, from Xenoblade, Fiora, and from the Yoshi series, Yoshi. We got in some good required characters here, I feel like. We got some
Hmm.
surprising characters. And we didn't add an extra fire movement at all in round 2.
Hmm. Yeah,
We avoided them like
we
the
did
plague.
we did get some surprising characters in there. Some from RNG, which is very entertaining and attractive to me.
Yes. Please never tell me what attracts you ever again.
Hmm.
All right.
Dracovish is attractive to me.
I literally just asked. You not. Moving on to Capcom. All right. So on the Capcom side, oh, there we go. From Ace Attorney, we have Phoenix Wright, From Devil May Cry, Virgil. From Dragon's Dogma, The Arisen. From Final Fight, Mike Hagar. From Ghosts and Goblins, Arthur. From Mega Man, Roll.exe, Zero, Mega Man.exe, and Classic Mega Man. From Monster Hunter, Palico. From Okami, Amaterasu. From Power Stone, Rouge. From Resident Evil, Albert Wesker, Jill Valentine, and Nemesis. From Son, from Street Fighter,
Oh yeah.
Ryu, M. Bison, and Chun Li. And from Strider, Strider Hero.
Nice.
Definitely got some good ones here. We also, again, I think the most surprising one is the fact that we have 2 Mega Men. But it's like, all
Mm-hmm.
right, you know what? At least people can't bitch at me now for having EXE and not having Classic or X. Well, like, look at this, look at it now. We've got both of them. If we somehow
Again,
end up with the
RNG.
randomizer forcing us to have X, I'm gonna be like, motherfuck. Okay.
That'd be kind of great,
I would
and
be
also not.
I would be annoyed. It's like, damn it, I want to have more unique Mega Man, not 3 Mega Men. This isn't Smash and it's 3 links.
Oh boy.
Granted, you could easily just pick different abilities and make them all fight very different. But
Well, you could do that with 3 links too, but here we
you
are.
sure fucking could. I'm looking at you, Sakurai. Listen. My god. Alright, so here is the grid as we are now. As a reminder, round 3 is the final round. We are ending this with 30 characters on the Nintendo side and 30 characters on the Capcom side. So at this point, any characters that get knocked out are fully eliminated. So we're gonna have to
This is
think.
the end.
We have to think about it potentially a little bit more seriously, and also realize that there could be some good characters that get knocked out purely by coincidence, which will be unfortunate. But that's how the game
It'll happen.
plays.
Yeah. That's how this donkey rolls.
Well, let's see where we're starting with Nintendo. It's going to be 110 Ravio.
Ah, boy.
Oh boy, indeed. But who is Ravio going
Finally
to
back to this side of the map, by the way. Sorry.
do? What?
Finally back to like these earlier columns, by the way. Like
I mean, we were spent a little bit of time in this column last round, but it was only like at the very tail end of it.
mm-hmm. No, that's true.
But I don't think we've seen. We haven't gotten this. I don't think we've had. We might have had this bottom row, but there was definitely still some characters that we've never talked about, like Yunaka has never been discussed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're gonna be starting this one off with Ravio or Chibi Robo.
Nice. Rabio is certainly, he's not the character that comes to mind when you think, oh, third Zelda character, but that's hey, he we both know what he does with the rental shop items, so there's that. Chibi Robo is a nice nod to a unfortunately less loved franchise. I'm kind of leaning Chibi Robo here.
I'm leaning Ravio, if only because Chibi Robo just has not gotten Nintendo attention. Even like its last couple games got barely any marketing, but
hmm
I could be convinced.
Um, honestly, like there's not a whole lot. Like I would want to say Ravio. I'm a huge on Zelda. I like A Link Between Worlds and Ravio a lot. So for me, it's like character versus purpose here, I guess. Like a different franchise, not what you'd expect. Um, but again, I mean, it's hard for me to make that argument when half of my heart is steeped in on the other side myself. Um, yeah, well, rest in peace, Chippy Robo. I guess I'm not a hard sell on Rabio.
Okay. Makaya or Tharia?
That's actually interesting because Zelda could, in theory, be like, oh, she could be a light mage, or uh, she certainly. I mean, she uses a lot of like anima style magic in Smash. She has other things available to her. You could, in theory, give her the Tri-Rod or the suit of armor from Phantom Hourglass. Oh, the Phantom. Why did I forget? Um, or whatever else. So, but then again, I mean, the Phantom is dark magic, so Zelda's kind of all over the board. So maybe that doesn't stand.
Yeah, Zelda doesn't matter to
Um,
me at all here.
yeah. Um, well, with that being said, I mean, Tharia is prominent. She is popular, and unfortunately, we know why. Um, and for that reason, it'd be kind of funny to have her, but I have to say Micaiah myself.
I'm actually going to say Tharia for a few reasons. One, dark magic. But two, we don't have anything from modern Fire Emblem yet. We have early Fire Emblem with Marth. We have middle-ish Fire Emblem with Lyn and Ike, but then nothing from the 3DS or from the DS era forwards. And she's
Uh,
very popular.
I wonder how they would change her outfit in this game to reach Nintendo standard for a crossover. Kind of like Pyra and Mithra.
I mean, I don't think they
um,
have to worry about Nintendo standard. They allowed her in fucking Awakening and in Warriors.
yeah. Well, I mean, again, they did dress Pyra and Mithra up a little more in Smash.
That's the
Um, so
ESRB
interesting.
though.
Hmm. Let's see. I don't want to. I don't want to say that. Fuck. Okay, Tharia.
Peach or Rosalina?
Peach.
Paper Mario or Mio?
Interesting. Mio is. I like Mio a lot, and I like Xenoblade 3 a lot. Paper Mario, again, like it feels a little odd at this point, but again, we have two Mega Man. What do you think?
We have two Mega Men. I don't think giving Mario several characters is a problem. Uh, Mia would be unique compared to Fiora. I don't think Mio really. Uh, I think the only other character that Mio could like conflict with would be Nia. I don't think there's
Yeah.
any other options there. Uh, but I do think I would go Paper Mario over Mio.
Okay. I'm gonna say Mio.
Okay, randomizer it is. It's a one.
Wow.
The randomizer likes me again, maybe. Anyways, next is Yunaka from Fire Emblem or Dixie Kong.
Aya Papaya. Again, another modern choice for Fire Emblem. Popular for, I presume, similar reasons to Tharia, but less like hitting you over the head with a hammer about it. Um, I like her. She's a fun character. I like kind of the thief aspect. I think she'd be unique in this gameplay world. And then
When
Dixie is just far more popular.
when I was looking at what Fire Emblem characters to add onto the grid, and I was looking at Engage, I was trying to figure out. I was like, okay, Eldir has to be on here, but who would be like a second character? Looking at popularity, I looked up multiple character polls of who people liked, and overall, it seemed like Yunaka is the most popular character from Engage. A few others were near the top of the list, like Ivy, and I nearly considered her. But Yunaka is extremely popular. We have a character that fights with daggers and knives, so an agile assassin. And the emblem ring that she's most associated with
Yeah,
is Micaiah.
yeah. She can still be in the game, babe.
I would go
Um,
Yunaka over Dixie Kong.
I would too. And if I think about Engage, Yunaka might be my favorite character from it. There's a couple
Nah,
of
it's
choices.
Anna.
I forgot about this version of
Anna
Anna.
is
Yeah, she's
so
funny.
perfect. I love it. Like they actually did something interesting with the Anna character, and they just nailed perfection.
Mm-hmm.
Except the only weird thing with Anna is that you can romance her, and it's just weird. It's less weird in the English version. It's weird in the Japanese version. Dear God, what the fuck, guys? Oh
I
my
didn't look
God,
into that, and I don't think I want to.
don't.
Okay, I won't. God.
Anyways,
Okay.
Andy from Advance Wars or Sheldon from Splatoon.
Uh, Funnily enough, they're both kind of in that camp. They're like, oh, I have all these modern military kind of shit, presumptively. But Andy,
Yeah, Pooh from Earthbound or Giovanni from Pokemon.
I'm gonna say Giovanni, but I like Pooh. I like the idea of him being a martial arts character with a little bit of PSI.
Yeah, I could very easily be tempted to go Pooh, but I like Giovanni as a summoner.
Me too.
All right, to the top, Ravio or Tharia.
Zelda over Fire Emblem, I guess. Ravio.
Uh,
Although I do know Tharia as a character is a force in the community.
I lean Tharia. Like even though we only
Yeah.
have two Zelda characters, I still
Hmm.
kind of lean Tharia against Ravio. Like if this was Midna or Ganon, I'd be like, nah, get the fuck out, Tharia. But compared to
Yeah.
Ravio, I don't think
Yeah.
he's strong enough in my personal opinion.
Hmm. Well, let's just give it to her then. I don't think it's a coin toss worthy event.
Okay, Peach or Paper Mario.
I'm gonna say Peach.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry, Paper Mario.
Yunaka or Andy.
As much as I like Yunaka, I would go Andy just to do something different with the franchises.
I was gonna say Yunaka.
Okay, this is a coin flip.
All right, it's a 7. It's Andy.
Okay, see ya.
Giovanni or Ephraim.
Hmm. Giovanni.
Yeah. All right, here's where we really got to start thinking hard because some of these
Mhm,
characters that we want might get eliminated here.
mhm, mhm.
Peach or Giovanni.
Okay, summoner villain, original villain, Team Rocket. Uh, the princess kind of tritagonist. You could pull from anything like Smash does and hone it in with Showtime. So her transformations from that game, and I would be interested in seeing what do they do with the non-combat ones like the Patissier or whatever. How does that fit into the moveset? Um, I have a lean, but this is actually pretty tough with me. What do you think?
First of all, I think I'm going to say that like I would not expect that we see much from Showtime necessarily in the movie. So like, especially like
Oh
not
yeah,
going to say like
yeah, it's
costume
just for
changes or
fun.
anything like that. Like I don't anticipate much at all. But I do lean Peach here. As much as Giovanni is a huge and important character, it's Princess Peach, and Mario only has two characters. And if Mario only ends with three, and it's Mario, Bowser, Peach, you can't argue against that.
I had forgotten that Dracovish was on the board already. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Peach was my lean anyway.
All right, and then Andy or Tharia.
Um, Andy for me.
I'll allow it.
Okay,
Peach or Andy.
because we're coming to this point anyway, so it didn't matter. Peach.
Yeah, that's why I allowed it. Because I was going to vote for Peach no matter what.
Hmm.
All right, to the grid. Let's see what characters are actually going to get completely knocked out due to Princess Peach. I am curious to see what dreams we are crushing. We are losing Mio, Paper Mario, Rosalina, Tharia, Mikaya, Chibi Robo, Rabio, Tom Nook, Little Mac, Garchomp, Ashley, Tinkaton. We haven't talked about Tinkaton at all. Just gone.
Would have been a good one.
Maskman and Lucario. That's the biggest loss of this
Oh
group for
no.
sure.
Oh no. Oh no.
I mean, we could only have one of them.
Yep.
Had to
Well,
happen.
if it had to be one, it was Peach.
Yeah, I agree.
Hmm.
All right, Capcom 3-1. Shoma Sawamura. Oh,
The
oh
mood is
no. Oh no. Oh no.
the mood is different in this round, isn't it?
Yeah, because now we're in like um
It's
what's
the
the word?
end.
Yeah, it's the end. So it's like it's the post-apocalyptic young adult novel that we're in now. The other two rounds were just like, kind of happy, joy, a little bit of sadness. It's like, oh, we've got time to add some of these. Now it's like, we don't have time anymore. It's do or die.
I imagine actual game devs would feel this way with this kind of shit.
God, imagine Sakurai actually having to do something like this with the Smash roster, and you're just like, oh no, I have to abide by the grid. Oh God, and it's like somehow Kirby doesn't make it. It's like, does he just quit?
He would be like, "Fuck this" and burn the grid. It would be done.
This is how it ends.
Finally, after he said he would retire like 30 times.
Yeah. All right. Shoma Sawamura or Sexy Sylvia. We have yet to actually mention Beautiful Joe at all. He's in the grid somewhere. We just haven't talked about him.
Yeah. Yeah, and if it were Joe here, I would
Wait.
say
Oh, there he is.
Joe.
For a second there, I thought he wasn't there.
Be too late to add him now. But
It would be.
if it were Joe, I would say Joe. And Beautiful Joe is an important series. I like that game, those games. Another Kamiya series too. Respect to him, despite certain aspects of who he is. Shoma, I mean, baseball, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think this is again a toss up. Like I don't care about Sylvia at all, but if we're gonna have one Beautiful Joe thing in, I mean, she would be fine. So I think I'll go for it with her.
I'm actually going to go Shoma. If this was Beautiful Joe against him, I would easily go for Beautiful Joe. But I like the idea of baseball fighter.
Okay.
And neither series is
Fine.
currently
Yeah.
alive. They're both kind of
Yeah.
dead.
Yeah. All right. Well, I like baseball. Let's just do that.
Okay. Yellow Iris or Astaroth?
What's your lean here?
Astaroth.
Yeah, me too.
Tiffany Lords or Ryu from Breath of Fire?
Okay. What? Let's look up kind of what Ryu does again because I forget.
I don't know besides
Okay,
Sword. Eventually, I would like to play those games.
that's right. Yes, he is a sword fighter, but he can also transform into different drakes: flame, snow, and thunder. Dragon transformations, ice dragon. What the hell?
These all sound
Well,
like hyper combo potentials.
and he also has baby dragon versions of those that he can summon called puppies.
That's weird.
Fire puppy, ice puppy, thunder puppy. And then just like a variety of it's a lot. It's an RPG character. There's a lot you can do here and you kind of have to hone it in so it's not so random. Okay, so that tech kind of a dragon summoner if you want it to be versus cheerleader.
I think it's Ryu easily.
I think it's Ryu as well.
All right.
Protagonist of his series and all.
Kin Masters or Cammy?
Gonna have to go Cammy here.
Yeah.
Play style.
Yeah. Here's some interesting stuff now. Mitsuhide Akechi from Sengoku Basara or Jamie from Street Fighter. Jamie is from Street Fighter 6. I couldn't remember which one was the newest game or not. And I think he's like a drunken monk style of fighting, if I recall correctly. Versus Akechi, who dual wields sides.
Yeah. I like having a new era Street Fighter character in, but wielding scythes is a hard gambit.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna say I'm gonna go for the dual wielding scythes.
Yes. Captain Commando, the actual main character from the game that Babyhead is from. Or
Yep.
Maki from Final Fight, female ninja, who I believe wields Tonfa.
I guess my lean is Commando because he's the protagonist of his game and he's been in several of these crossovers.
And his name is also Capcom.
I can't believe I literally never thought of that in my entire life. Okay, let's go with Capcom. My vote is him.
All right. Next is Masamune Date, who is the protagonist of Sengoku Basara and can six-wield katanas. Or
That's insane.
Linz from Quiz and Nairo Dreams.
Well, Liz was kind of your thing back earlier around, so what do you think here?
In a vacuum, I feel Masamune, or I don't know if you should be calling him that or calling him Date, whatever the hell. I don't know the names. But we do have Virgil, and they are both samurai katana people.
Mm-hmm.
And Virgil is also one that's like speedy as fuck and can make it seem like he's got multiple swords. So I kind of feel like there's similar territory.
Let's do Linz then. Be different.
Okay. I probably just pissed off a Sengoku Basara fan, but hey, that means we have somebody that's listening.
Eric,
Never mind, they left.
Mom, eat your heart out. Yep.
Back to the top. Shoma Sawamura or Astaroth.
You know, this entire game I've loved the idea of the playable Astaroth, but I think I'll give it to Rival Schools for, again, a franchise not yet represented.
I could have been argued, or I could have been convinced either way here.
Screw it then. If you wanted to say that, I know I've been flip flopping a lot, but well, a lot of these are not hard for me to change on, so I'll say Astaroth.
Okay. Ryu from Breath of Fire or Cammy.
Cammy's an interesting choice, and she might be among the more interesting Street Fighter characters we have left on the board. So, I mean, it's something to think about. She could spice up the roster a little bit, and from their perspective. But Ryu is the protagonist of his game. Breath of Fire is prominent enough. We don't have like a classic RPG character on the board. I think I'm going with him.
Yeah, easily. No contest. Mm-hmm. Mitsuhide Akechi or Captain Commando.
Akechi.
Linz or Regina from Dino Crisis.
Okay, virtual novel demon thing or dinosaur summoner. What say you?
Virtual novel demon thing. I just think it's funny.
Well, I'll allow it.
All right. Mitsuhide Akechi or Linz.
Again,
this one
what
hurts
are your
me.
thoughts?
This one hurts so me.
Yeah,
I don't know.
These are two things in your lane.
I feel
what could Linz do again?
See, it's not very clear. But basically, they're just like imagine typical trickster Loki type of shit. I would imagine. Will also be like typical demon imp.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna say Mitsuhide Akechi. And if you want to take it to a tie for the hell of it, that's one way we can do this.
Fuck it. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's tie this one up. It's an 8.
Back into old territory.
Yep. Ryu from Breath of Fire or Astaroth.
Ryu.
Ryu or Akechi?
Okay, back to your thoughts. What are you thinking here?
Breath of Fire is too important to leave out, in my opinion.
Let's see something here. I'm just gonna look up quickly how big Sengoku Basara is because I know there's an anime. When did the last game come out? Oh Jesus, there are a lot. There
Oh
are
yeah,
a lot of these games.
there's a lot.
2019, 2016 was the last mainline game.
The last mainline
Breath
game
of
looks like it was
Fire.
2014. Sengoku
Okay.
Basara 4.
Ooh, Sengoku Basara. 4.1 million copies worldwide, series wide. Breath of Fire. 3.3 million copies sold.
It's also older and an
La-
RPG on the Game Boy.
Breath of Fire came out. Last mainline game, 2016.
What?
Apparently, they released the sixth version. Oh no, never mind. Breath of Fire 6 was a free-to-play online web-based multiplayer role-playing game with
Oh,
microtransactions.
no.
That sounds horrible.
It lasted only a
Breath of
bit
Fire,
over a year.
yeah. Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter was the last real game that came out in 2002. So Sengoku Basara is both the better selling and the more recent franchise. Um, both represent archetypes, like a whatever you call that kind of beat 'em up title, like Dynasty Warriors ish versus RPG. Um, it's hard for me, but because other combo heavy characters like Virgil exist, as you said, I suppose I will say Ryu here.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I went down the rabbit hole a bit, but I mean, this is the last chance for these guys, so
Yeah. I mean, if we're ever
yeah.
going to go down the rabbit hole, this is the time. Like, it's gonna, I mean, viewers, if you're still watching, you know this is gonna be a long one. I mean, I guess you can see that on
Oh,
the
it already
YouTube or
has.
the whatever the hell.
Yep.
You already know. We actually don't know how long it's gonna be yet.
2 Mega Men and 2 Ryus,
Well, it's a little not quite the same thing.
in a way.
Let's see who Ryu is gonna knock out. Ooh, okay. So Monster Hunter, Deus, Chris Redfield, Ayame, Asura, Chuck Green, Gil, Tiffany Lords, Astaroth, Yellow Iris, Sexy Sylvia, Shoma, Linz, and Regina are all gone. Personally, I think the biggest loss is I don't know who's the big loss here. I guess Deus is kind of more or just
Deus
like in general Chuck
is
because of Dead
interesting.
Rising, and we don't have a Dead Rising yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like honestly, if
Regina
you were
was kind
choosing
of cool
between
too.
Ryu and Deus, I probably would have picked Deus. I think that'd be more interesting.
Yeah, that's true. When I read that Ryu summons dragons, which I completely forgot about, I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of
I
cool
mean,
at
that's
least.
also probably just like one version of Ryu, because in each game it's a different
Um,
person.
they do variations of it. Like the puppy dragon is different than the other one. Then there are two separate Ryus who do those things as well.
Right? Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Nintendo 7-2 Meowscarada. I don't think we've talked about them yet.
We did once a long time ago.
Well, it definitely wasn't round 2.
Nope.
All right. Let's see who's going to be in the debate with them.
Who's fighting the weed Pokemon?
Gardevoir.
The Pokemon known for other things.
Yep. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, this is gonna be rough. This is gonna be
This
very
sucks.
rough.
This sucks.
This
Can I
absolutely sucks.
can I just say that
Actually, you know
we
what?
know
This
who's
might
gonna
not
win this
suck. This
already?
might not suck. Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. This might not suck.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well,
Never
let's.
mind about what I just said.
Yeah. So let's get this started. Meowscarada or Gardevoir?
I guess Meowscar. No, what gen is Dragovich again?
8. Meowscarada is 9.
Okay.
And we
Even
don't
still,
have
I think I'm
any
gonna go.
starter Pokemon.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Masquerada anyway because starter grass type, Gardevoir, like in a sense, in a very loose sense, mind you, could be kind of Mewtwo-ish, at least in like the movements.
Yeah.
So Masquerada.
Midna or Fox McCloud?
I hate to knock Midnight out, but it has to be Fox.
Yeah. Alexandra Roivas or Takamaru?
Do we have anyone that fits Takamaru's archetype on the board yet?
The
Lynn. Okay,
Lynn and
Alex-
Virgil.
Alexandra.
King K. Rule or Pooh?
K. Roll.
Groose or Edelgard?
Fuck. Uh,
One way to look at this is how many goofballs do we have on Nintendo?
right. Which is
Arguably, I think
Dracovish.
Maka and Dracovish would be who I would consider in this category.
Mm-hmm. Edelgard is an amazing character. So it's hard for me to. It's very hard for me to vote against her versus just like that guy.
Yeah.
he would be a beat 'em up dude with the Grucinator in his specials, and that's kind of it. I guess he can fly Loftwing. He can bring his bully friends with him. It
Uh,
would be funny.
well, that's too big for this kind of game. Loftwing, no way.
Oh, and I mean, I just meant in like a. I don't recall what you call them, but like the combo special stuff.
In the super combo or half combo, yeah, they can have an appearance
Mm-hmm.
there, but otherwise, no.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at Zelda with just Link and Zelda. I would like to have more than just that. Um, but it's Edelgard. What do you think?
I kind of think Edelgard.
Okay, let's do it.
Modern Fire Emblem.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a point you made earlier. True.
Palutena or Charizard?
Hmm. I think the fourth Pokemon makes sense. Charizard, I'm not personally excited about all the that much. I like it. It's just overrated. Um, but I'll say again, I'll defer to you. What are you thinking?
If it's Charizard versus another Pokemon, depending on that Pokemon, I would probably vote against Charizard. But in this situation, Charizard versus Palutena, I go Charizard.
Okay,
I think that's more
Charizard.
important.
Charizard it is.
And now Meowscarada or Fox.
Fox.
Yeah. Alexandra or King K. Rule.
Interesting, but K. Rool.
I kind of lean Alexandra, but I'm good to go K. Rule.
Okay.
Edelgard or Charizard. We have three from both of these franchises already.
But we have modern Pokemon and early Pokemon represented. Charizard's another early Pokemon, extremely popular, mind you. No modern Fire Emblem. Edelgard.
Yeah. Fox McCloud or King K. Rule.
It's got to be Fox.
Edelgard or Samus.
It's got to be Samus.
Fox or Samus.
Gosh darn. In theory, I mean, Fox might be more unique in this setting.
You
But
think so?
maybe have a couple of the Mega Man on the board, etc. But I think that Samus is undeniable. Like she is of almost of the ilk of Mario, Link, and Pikachu. Like it would feel wrong for her not to be here, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So
When
I'm,
when
yeah,
when we were looking at our selections after round one, and I mentioned that it definitely felt wrong that I don't have Pokemon in here yet. After Pokemon, Samus was the next thing that I felt like this is the most important thing to get afterwards. The
mm-hmm.
fact that it's only now, this is the first time Samus has been brought up. That's wild.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, And additionally, like the only other Metroid character on the board is Ridley. Meanwhile, the other Star Fox characters are Wolf and Crystal, and they're
Yeah.
not both not. I don't think either of them are knocked out yet.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's weird without Fox, but it's wrong without Samus.
Yeah.
And that's kind of reflected in where Nintendo's putting their interests these days.
Well, if they would make a good Fox or Star Fox game that wasn't just the fucking Lylat Wars again.
Yeah. Well, with Zero, they didn't make a good game or one that wasn't the Lylat Wars. Whoops.
Well, it should have been a prequel. It should have been a prequel. Make it about
Yeah.
James McCloud. You called it Zero. That typically implies it
Mhm.
takes place before everything else. But
They just
what do
called
I
it Zero
know?
because it was. They just called it Zero because it was on the Wii U.
I can't remember why. They said that there was a reason that they had that name, but I just don't remember what it was. But all
Me
right, with
neither.
Samus, that is going to knock out Tetra, Nia, Toad, Captain Falcon, Big Al, Sidon, Charizard, Palutena, Edelgard, Groose, Meowscarada, and Midna. So Fox is still on the board.
Oh, interesting. Nice. Some ones that are minorly upsetting, like Captain Falcon, but whatever.
Yeah. Back to Capcom, though, we are going to 9-4. It's going to be Juri Han.
Okay. At this
All
point,
right.
she's kind of interesting. Just
She is
depends.
kind of interesting at this point. But let's see who she goes up against. Oh, boy. Oh, dear. This
Well,
column. My fuck me.
my fuck me indeed.
I have a fear.
Baby head clears.
No. All right, Juri Han versus Yukimura Sanada, the protagonist who deal wields lances.
I said she was interesting, but I'm gonna say the unique franchise here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luke Sullivan, the main character of Street Fighter 6, or Shademan.exe.
Can we just talk quickly? Like, what is Shade Man doing here?
Okay, listen, I know he's possibly the weakest, one of the weakest Capcoms on. You're definitely the weakest Mega Man. Here's why Shademan is here. I wanted a Mega Man villain from Battle Network or from Star Force. Something I wanted a villain that wasn't Wily or Base or Sigma. And I picked Shademan because he's the only character in the Battle Network series on the villain side that has multiple appearances. And he's
Okay.
also big bad in the anime. And he's unique.
All
He's
fair.
a vampire bat.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
I had the
it's
same
an entertaining
conversation with
thought.
my brother. I had to defend myself. It's like, listen, I know it's a weird choice, but it actually makes some sense.
That's pretty great.
I
It's
wasn't
all.
gonna
That's
do
all.
Dark Phantom.
You've convinced me. I'll vote for Shade Man.
You shouldn't. That's a
I
third
know. I
Battle
was
Network
joking.
out of 5.
Luke, it is the face of the new Street Fighter.
Who is honestly the most boring of the remaining Street Fighters outside of Ken.
Oh, I don't disagree. Like I would want Rashid here if anybody, but hey.
Yeah. Or Jury.
Yeah. Wow.
Next, though, it's going to be
He's dead now.
Dante from Devil May Cry or Guile from Street Fighter.
Dante.
Yeah. Then we have
It's one of
Rogue
those things.
from Mega Man Star Force or X. Rogue, kind of think of him as a mix of, I'm using bad network terms here, a mix of Proto Man, because he's Sword and he's also Mega Man's rival, while also mixing with Base from Battle Network, because he's also uber powerful, hates you.
Well, the choice is clear, and it's not X.
Yeah, we've already got 2 Mega Men. All right, Kyosuke Kagami, your rival in Rival Schools, or Felicia from Darkstalkers. The first Darkstalker that we've actually had to discuss, I think. Unless we talked about Lord Raptor
Yeah.
in round 1.
So Kyosuke, like, he looks like a guy that thinks he's cool. And I don't know much else about him from looking at it. Then Felicia. She's a character for Good Boys and Girls from Darkstalkers.
I think
Who
it's a clear
is
vote for
a cat
Felicia.
person, and I agree. I agree. Looking at Kyosuke again, it's like Shoto stuff. It's typical.
Alright, Babyhead or Batsu.
Both are franchises like that are not really around, that are old school repute. Fuck it. One more time for Babyhead.
I'm saying Batsu. Rival Schools is coming back because it's in the Capcom Fighting Collection Volume 2.
And Captain Commando was in Capcom Fighting Collection Volume 1.
Is it? I don't think it's a fighting game.
Uh, no, I lied. Okay,
Yeah, I
Batsu it is.
fucking thought so.
Well, the Punisher's in the Marvel Fighting Game collection, so who knows?
Which is
Anyway,
weird.
yep,
It's less of a Marvel Fighting Collection, more of a Marvel collection.
true.
Alright, Tong Pu or Franziska von Karma?
I think at this point I would vote for Franziska.
Yukimura Sanada or Luke Sullivan?
I know Luke is important, but he actually kind of annoys me. Like
I
you
hate
see
his
him, and you're like,
face. He
yeah,
looks
you're
like
like,
a
I
fuck
know.
boy.
He looks like Luke Paul. Like, yeah, okay, you can Sonata.
Who?
Or Jake. Yeah, Jake Paul.
Okay,
Anyway,
yeah, Jake Paul. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I can see that. Yeah, he looks like a douche. Dante
Mhm.
or Rogue?
Dante.
Yeah.
Oh, I meant Logan Paul. I'm actually proud that I didn't know his name. Anyway,
Felicia or Batsu?
um, feels weird to close out Darkstalkers, but you did mention Rival Schools is back.
I mean, so is Darkstalkers. It was in the first collection.
Oh, well, I'm going to say Felicia.
Yukimura Sanada or Dante?
Technically, I mean, Yukimura stands on his own as a character from his own franchise. Dante has Virgil, and we've been here before, haven't we? Where Virgil's in and Dante isn't. Or am I
No?
wrong again? Okay. Okay. In that case, you really can't deny Dante. I think
You
I have
really
to vote
can't
for.
deny Dante.
Mm-mm.
Felicia or Franziska?
Felicia, I guess.
And Dante or Felicia?
Oh, Felicia Dante.
Yeah. I as much as I would like to include a Sengoku Basara or Devil or Darkstalkers there, Dante was in the mix. I could
It's
not have voted against Dante in that regard.
no. It's one of those things. You see him, and you're like, okay, that's who's winning this one.
Yup. But let's see who
Just
he
like
knocks
Tornado
out.
Champions.
Yeah. That's going to knock out Shademan, Luke, Jury, Yukimura, Guile, Rogue, X, Lord Raptor, Oki, Jean, Barrage, Captain Commando, and Soki. Some good ones are getting knocked out here.
Some
And
good
then
ones, but
there's
not any
X
that
and
are
Shademan
needed.
and Luke.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or
honestly,
Shademan.
the biggest sadness here for me is we're losing a Sengoku potential character and a potential Darkstalker. And I think Oki would
Mm-hmm.
be funny.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Oki's a neat character. Lord Rapture would have been fun.
God,
Really.
yes. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 1-7 on Nintendo. We're gonna make that be Ray Mark III.
Mm.
Gonna be our center character here. So let's see who all he's gonna be battling.
Oh, interesting.
Oh boy.
Oh, brother. Oh, God.
Oh bother. Wait, no, that's wrong. Okay. Oh gosh. All right. Ray Mark III or Ayumi Tachibana.
Ray definitely, I mean, he has the edge from a combat perspective. Custom Robo is all about customizing your robot and fighting in a toy arena. But Ayumi, I mean, if Phoenix Wright weren't here, I
At
would say
this,
her. She could be his antecedent, his rival. That's the way you can look at it. But I'll say Ray is my vote.
yeah, that's kind of my thought. It's like I think Ayumi could make an interesting rival for Phoenix, especially because she's not she's not like Phoenix is a lawyer, but he does detective work really, and Ayumi is an assistant to the detective. So really, she's an
Mm-hmm.
assistant to the assistant detective. Is really her role. But the main character doesn't have a canon name, so that's why we typically look at Ayumi.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm good to go with Ray.
Okay.
Bowser Jr. or Sammy from Advance Wars.
Mario, Bowser, Peach are already on the board. Bowser Jr. Obviously, I mean he's a cool guy, but I'm kind of feeling Sammy
Yeah,
for
for me,
this
it's
one.
it's no contest for me. Like I,
Yeah.
I look at them immediately. I'm just like, we already got 3 Marios. We don't have an Advance War yet.
Mm-hmm.
Sammy, and she's popular.
Mm-hmm.
Done.
Yep.
Waluigi or Twintel.
Waluigi, another random, but he is the king of it.
Yeah,
Uh, and I will not deny him this time, even though I've made the argument for Twintel before. I have to vote for him here.
agreed. Alex from Golden Sun or Alear from Fire Emblem.
Uh, Fourth Fire Emblem is more important at this point.
Yeah.
Earlier.
Olimar or Alvis from Xenoblade.
That is interesting. I like that idea of Albus, but Olimar.
See, here's the
What
interesting
do you think?
thing. If this was Alvis versus Shulk, I might say Alvis for an interesting little tidbit, but
Mm-hmm.
that's not the question here. It's Olimar versus Alvis. And I
Yeah.
I do think, yeah, Olimar.
Mm-hmm.
But then Shulk or Yunaka.
It's Shulk. Like it had it like unless you disagree.
I don't disagree. I do think that since we have Fiora, we technically don't need Shulk. Technically, don't roast me on this, Jono. Hold down the fire. But I am good to go with Shulk. I'm just saying that I would rather that's what I was saying. Like if it was Shulk and Alvis, I would be like I would rather go Alvis because they could do
Mm-hmm.
similar things, and then we have a villain.
Yeah. Albus is a
Te-
villain. No, I'm just kidding.
technically, he's
At
not
the
a
end.
metal
Yep.
face, but he is technically a villain, especially if you take into consideration future redeemed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But back to
Oh,
the
he
top.
definitely is. Yeah.
Yes,
Anyway.
that's why he's on the board. But now Ray Mark III or Sammy.
Um I'm I'm gonna now have to look at the series for series and say Sammy.
Yeah, Waluigi or Alear.
It's funny that this is even hard for me in any sense, considering who these characters are. Um, I'm just gonna say bias Waluigi.
I'm gonna go Waluigi as well.
Okay,
Olimar or Shulk.
Pikmin's not on the board. Pikmin is an important franchise, but Shulk is important to Xenoblade. He is the playstyle of you know two of the protagonists of the three, basically. Like Noah takes a lot from him in his space. Um, and Xenoblade is important too. So what do you think?
We don't have Pikmin. I think Olimar is pretty important. Pikmin 4 did previous Pikmin games didn't do as well sale wise. Pikmin 4 massively improved on that. And as I kind of already
Mm-hmm.
mentioned, we don't technically need Shulk when we have Fiora.
Okay, Olimar it is.
Sammy or Waluigi?
Mm, Waluigi.
Uh, yeah, yeah. Waluigi or Olimar? This
I
one's
know what
hard.
the answer should be. I know what it should be,
Mm-hmm.
and I know what I want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
And those are not the same answer.
But what answer are you
They
gonna go
are.
with?
Hold on a minute. I know how to resolve this in my mind and come to a choice on what I'm gonna do.
Are you gonna randomize it on your end?
Yeah, I just did. Waluigi's heads, Olimar's tails, and I got heads, so I'm voting Waluigi.
I'm going with Olimar.
Okay, time to randomize it again.
Yep. It's a 9. Waluigi has made it when I don't know if he should have, but you know what? This is for shits and giggles. The grid giveth, the grid taketh away. My God. All right. Waluigi, who do you knock out on the grid? Jesus Christ.
That
Uh,
this feels dirty, doesn't it? Oh
it
my
does,
god.
but Olimar is still alive. Waluigi will knock out Lewin, Diddy Kong, Zoroark, Sheldon, Tiki, Officer
Oh,
Howard,
sorry, Kiki.
Sammy, Bowser Jr., Ray Mark III, Twintel, Alex, and Aleer. Honestly, I'm
Not
okay with
yeah,
that.
me too. Me too. And I mean, hey, Olimar's still on the board, so okay.
So is Alice and Shulk. They're in the same column.
Wow.
All right, but back to Capcom 2-8. That's going to be Akira Kazama. I feel like she's been the centerpiece character before. But let's
Mm-hmm.
see who she's up against now. Oh, buddy. I don't quite know. I really don't quite know what's going to come out of this. We have a
Oh
lot of
wow.
characters here that we have not talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Starting with Akira Kazama or Nina from Breath of Fire.
Um, I think Nina's more interesting myself, but rival schools again, like how many more chances will they get? I think this is the one.
And yet,
So
strangely,
I get
I would go Nina over Akira. I would go Nina over any of the rival schools characters. Honestly,
oh, all right, well, that's fine.
I think she's
Let's do it.
cooler.
Oh, well, she definitely is that.
Next is
And
Franziska.
Akira,
Hmm?
mm-hmm. Akira's like the least interesting rival schools character besides Batsu.
Yeah. Franziska or Firebrand.
Um, Franziska,
Yeah,
I
I
think.
agree. There's an argument for Firebrand, but I kind of like Franziska.
I like Firebrand, but yeah.
Maki or Grandmaster Mayo.
So you have a ninja versus like this thing, this floating guy. He's like the ancient minister, but
It's like magic
not
and
raw in
science.
disguise. Yeah, it's I'm gonna give him the nod this time.
I was thinking that too.
Okay.
Rashid from Street Fighter or Waka from Okami.
Interesting thought, right? Because Rashid is by far the most interesting modern Street Fighter character on the board, I believe. Um, and he's modern Street Fighter. He gives you a different flavor than the original than these three tenets of the classic games.
Yeah.
Waka is kind of Jedi esque. His flute becomes dual wielding lightsabers. He has poison darts, just a different combo heavy lightsaber moves, and he's floaty. He flies around with his like moon magic. So he'd be unique in terms of gameplay style. I could see them putting Waka in like an actual versus Capcom game as kind of like a curveball character. I think like Franziska, that's very realizable.
Yeah.
Um, hmm. And like, I don't know. Street Fighter is certainly more important, obviously. But I think that it could go either way, like in terms of like, oh, this is what we will do. But I'm gonna say Rashid.
Okay. I could have gone either way here.
Mm-hmm.
Like I do think Rashid is more important, but also we've got the core of Street Fighter that we needed.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna go with Rashid. It also sounds like you should make a Smash move set for Waka at this point.
Yeah. I think I agree. That'd be good.
All right, next, Dr. Wily or Akuma.
This one's easy. Thank God. Dr. Wiley.
Yeah. Nina or Franziska.
I'm gonna say Nina here.
Me too.
Okay.
Mayo or Rashid.
Rashid.
Dr.
Rashid.
Wily or Witch Doctor.
We could be canning Exoprimal out entirely at this point, but Wiley.
The only reason I wouldn't vote Wily is because it would be our fifth Mega Man character, but it's also fucking Mega Man and a villain.
Mm-hmm.
Nina or Rashid. And I would love
Hmm.
all three of these. So this is gonna be hard.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, Nina has a really great, like, just overall design, and her abilities are interesting. Um, but I would vote Rashid, I guess. And again, he's repping new Street Fighter, which we just don't have yet. So that's kind of the angle I'm thinking. Like, oh, they would probably want to do that.
Yeah, I have to agree. And then Rashid or Dr. Wily.
This is hard, actually. What do you think?
I kind of feel Rashid. We're talking about fourth Street Fighter character versus fifth Mega Man. We don't have a modern Street Fighter yet. We do have a classic Capcom, even though it's classic Mega Man. We have two Mega Men. But I feel Rashid.
It's weird that we don't have a Mega Man villain in a way, like Wily or Sigma, or the other guy whose name I forgot. Would
Shade
have
Man
all worked.
or Rogue actually could work as a villain. Or
Rogue was what I was
classic
thinking.
Base could be considered a villain. I think,
Okay,
in at least one of the
Rashid then.
games. I think maybe I'm not sure.
But
All
yeah,
right,
he was who I was feeling.
yeah,
He's a cool character.
he really
like.
is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that takes us back to the grid. Rashid, who are you going to be eliminating? Let's see. We are losing Miles Edgeworth, Dmitry Maximoff, Jin Saotome, Eureka Kirishima. We never got to talk about her. Felicia and Poison. We also never got to talk about. As well as Waka, Grandmaster Mayo, Maki, Akira, and Witch Doctor.
Damn.
Damn, indeed. All right, Nintendo 5-4. We're going to go to Crystal.
Eureka might be the most interesting character on that board that was knocked out. We with the violin.
Or I would say
Of course.
Dimitri, probably.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
All right, so let's see who Crystal is bringing into the debate. Yeah, I have the same thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Crystal or Bandanity?
Crystal.
Alexandra Roivas or Rob?
Alexandra.
I was feeling Rob.
I'm feeling a coin.
All right. It's a 2. It's Rob.
Okay.
Ridley or Wolf O'Donnell?
Wolf.
Yeah. Mimikyu or Drago?
Drago.
Okay. Crystal or Rob?
Crystal.
Wolf or Drago?
Wolf.
Crystal or Wolf?
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, this is honestly curious. If Crystal hadn't been dropped after Command, which granted, I mean the only actual new game since then was Zero, which is again pretty much a reboot. Crystal would be an easy pick for me because she's more interesting than Wolf, but part of me leans Wolf because villain and more consistently appearing character. But Crystal has the Krazoa staff or whatever it's called.
Yeah, Crystal having the staff and all the abilities that come with it definitely is appealing. But at the same time, Wolf being more of a traditional Star Fox character when we don't have one on the board
Mm-hmm.
feels like a reason to lean towards him. Um, Plus, he's a popular villain and anti-hero. He's cool enough. I like him still. So I think Wolf.
Okay. And then Wolf or Andy?
Sorry, Andy.
Yeah, Star Fox is more important to include than Advance Wars.
Mm-hmm. Is
All right. Back to the grid. Let's see who that knocks out. Wolf, where are you? There you are. All right, Wolf, you are getting rid of Medusa, Rhythm Girl, Egad, Lip, Pyramithra, Ridley, Rob, Alexander Roivas, and Crystal. And now that Ridley's out, I can just go ahead and say my pitch for final boss of this game is Ridley fused with the viruses, the bioweapon virus stuff from Resident Evil, to create Ridley T-type.
that
That's
would
my
be horrifying.
pitch for final boss.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, Capcom. We're going to 3-5, which is Mitsuhide Akechi. This is his final chance to potentially get the dual wielding scythe user in here. But let's see who he's going to be up against.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of good ones in this group.
Yeah, there are.
And then a lot of eh.
Yeah,
All right.
there are.
Mitsuhide Akechi or Kami.
Mitsuhide Akase.
Ken or Protoman.exe. This is interesting because it's Fire Ryu or Third Battle Network character. But Protoman is sword is very sword. He's the variety of swords, and he also has a shield.
Part of me wants to say Ken because he's just more prominent. The Luigi, the Ryu's, Mario, whatever. The Proto Man is inherently more interesting. I'm so ambivalent. I would just let you decide.
Let's be honest, they're both going to lose to Akechi.
Yep.
All right, Tron Bon or Leon Kennedy.
At this point, Trombone.
Yeah. Jamie from Street Fighter 6 or Masamune Date.
You know what? I'm gonna say Masamune Date.
Yeah.
I'd almost forgotten Rashiba's on the board.
Mitsuhide Akechi or Proto Man.
Akechi.
Tron Bon or Masamune Date.
Oh, you know what? I'll actually no. I'm gonna say Date because it's a different franchise.
I'm going to say Tron Bon because she's cool and I like fighting her in MVC.
Okay.
Randomizer sets a 6. Well, at least now I don't have to question myself on Akechi versus Tron Bon, because now it's Akechi versus Masamune Date.
Akechi.
And then Akechi versus Sagat.
Akechi.
We've got a Sengoku Basara rep, gents.
He did it, boys.
But who will... Well, actually, we already know who Akechi's going to knock out, because it's all the ones we just debated. because he was the centerpiece character.
Yep. It's funny how that works.
Indeed. That means rip the Tron Bond. Dang.
Mm-hmm.
That's a sad for me. But it's fine.
Yeah, I like her, and I like serve bots.
Yeah. All right.
They're better than minions.
Nintendo 4-8. We're looking at Luigi. Oh,
Ooh,
I'm already seeing something. I have already seen who might be the winner.
I saw Drago's back on the board, so yeah. Ooh. Oh, oh, oh!
All right, Luigi or Tingle?
This is crazy, and I can't do it, so I'm saying Luigi.
Yeah, I'm also gonna say Luigi. Golisopod or Drago?
I've been stumping for Drago as kind of a semi-joke this whole time. He would genuinely be interesting though, with just his build and the kind of funny muscle thing. But Glycopod.
I was actually kind of wondering about maybe going Drago because I think Golisopod and Dracovish would fit a similar niche.
Oh, you know what? True. I was not thinking of the right Pokemon at the time. One of Golisopod is not
Were you...
Genesect. Whoops.
Oh, yeah, that'd be very different.
Drago then.
All
Fuck
right,
it.
Takamaru or Byleth?
I'm gonna say Byleth here, as much as I would want it to be Takamaru.
Yeah, Ganon, not Ganondorf, but Ganon or Dixie Kong?
Ganon.
Luigi or Drago? This,
Now I'm kind of wondering about that, right? Um,
yeah,
because Luigi is just Mario, but not. I mean, you could let him do a lot
I
of
think
different stuff.
Luigi can be more different than Mario than Kin can be to Ryu.
Yeah, give him the Poltergust.
We're just bank heavily on animation differences and
Yeah,
attitude.
yeah. So do we let this superhero of a character lose out to funny Dragon Boy?
I don't think so. I think Luigi wins.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
Byleth or Ganon?
Ganon, unquestionably.
Luigi or Alvis?
Luigi.
Luigi or Ganon?
Ganon.
We finally got to talk about Ganon the first time this whole grid game. And it's like, we've been waiting. I was like, man, we don't have Ganon yet. This feels wrong. Here he finally
Zelda
is.
has been done justice. Finally, there we go.
Finally. Zelda could done just when they get non person in Smash. But let's see who Ganon knocks out. It's gonna be Dixie Kong, Luigi, Tingle, Golisopod, Shulk, King K. Rool, Aaron, and Wario.
Oh no.
We have, well, I mean, technically there is precedent for this. I don't remember which game, but one of the Mario Golfs has Waluigi, but not Wario.
That is the exact opposite of how you think would go.
Yeah. All
Well,
right.
hey, you don't have Wario and Luigi, but you have Waluigi. It's like both of
Yes.
them in one character. There you go.
All right, Capcom. We're going to 110 more again. We might finally get our Darkstalkers rep.
Mm.
Let's see who she will be up against. Ooh, we got some heavy hitters in here.
Yeah, you do.
Oh man.
It's just going to keep happening again and again.
Yeah. All right. So, Morgan or Beautiful Joe?
Really good matchup, but I'm going to say Morgan.
The Sengoku Basara version of Nobunaga Oda or Sigma?
Let me see what it does in Cinco de Pasara.
He looks fucking badass.
You know what? Yeah, I forgot that he's like a demon in this game. We don't have a Mega Man villain yet, though.
We don't.
Um, I might lean as Oda. I mean, just because he looks cool. But that's just me.
He's got a sword and a gun.
That shit's crazy.
A curved sword and sawed-off shotgun is his weapon.
Jesus. Wow.
But
And
Sigma.
Yeah, Sigma's so cool. He becomes a gigantic head. He has a lightsaber, if I recall.
He has a
something
lot
like
of
that.
things.
Yeah. Okay, Sigma.
Faux
This is
Lu,
entertaining. Yep.
Faux Lu or Akuma.
Folu.
Zack and Wiki or Michelle Hart.
I guess Michelle Hart. Like,
I was actually thinking
Zack
Zack
and-
and Wiki.
okay, let's
Like
do
we
it.
don't know much about what they have, but Michelle Hart, it's they fly and they have a gun.
Yeah. Her art looks funny.
Yeah. Morgan or Sigma.
It's actually not that hard, Morgan.
Yeah, we need a Darkstalkers rep.
Mm-hmm.
Faux Lu or Zack and Wiki.
Zack and Wiki.
I was thinking Faux Lu.
All right. Cool. Yeah. Okay.
Morgan or Faux Lu.
Morgan.
Morgan or Lynn and Sissel from Ghost Trick.
This sucks, but Morgan.
Yeah, it does. It's very unfortunate, and we know that because Morgan was the center character. Morgan will be knocking out everybody that we just talked about. When there were so many good ones in that block, man. And you know what's even worse about this? We're halfway through the final round.
Oh, well, in a way, that's going to help my anxiety. When it's over, that is.
Yeah. There's still some good ones left, so let's see what happens. Gotta show the grid again. There we go. All right. 7, 10. We're going to Pooh for our next Nintendo centerpiece.
Oh, I'm glad to continue that because I was going to say not until after this is done.
Yeah, no more bathroom breaks until this episode is over. Sorry, viewers, you're trapped here.
Let's see, sorry, me. I apologize to Eric's mom. And Eric.
Dude.
He's here, probably.
All right.
I would bet.
Moving on. Let's get this done. Pooh or Takamaru?
Takamaru?
I kind of think Takamaru, yeah. Like, we have multiple samurai adjacents that we've talked about. Lin, Virgil. But they don't... I mean, Lin could use her bow, but Takamaru can also lean more on his projectiles. Fox or Gardevoir?
Fox.
Yeah, because we have Mewtwo, I don't think we need Gardevoir.
Yeah.
Although having both Fox and Wolf might feel a little samey. But let's see. Giovanni or Ephraim?
Giovanni?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Andy or Yunaka?
I'm gonna say Yunaka because you made a good point about contemporary Fire Emblem, and that trounces Advance Wars. Advance Wars had that reboot that didn't do so well. It didn't make a splash because of unfortunate real world circumstances delaying it. But here we are.
Yeah. I had this thing. I have to go the same way.
I love the idea of Andy being playable in this game or Smash or anything, but here we are.
Yep. Takamaru or Fox?
Is Fox in lead at this point? When
No,
both fight will fight in a similar way. Yeah.
no.
Takamaru it is.
Giovanni
Weird
or
as that is to say.
Yunaka?
Mm. We have three characters for both franchises.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is straight Fish, which is okay. Um,
Hey, they
this
gave
is
us
very
MODOK in MVC3. I mean,
yeah, that's true.
and Shumagarath in 2.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna just go with my lean here, and you can go with yours, and we'll see where the pieces lay. Yunaka.
I am going to go with Yunaka. Modern Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
Takamaru or Yunaka?
Okay.
Do what?
I think Yunaka. I mean,
Okay.
Takamaru is. I like him a lot, obviously, but he's not a need, I guess. So
Yeah. And also just the fact that, like, again, modern Fire Emblem at this point.
yeah, it fits a tight box.
Mm-hmm. Plus, I mean, they both could do similar with, like, having a focus on projectiles. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mikaya's in now.
yeah,
In a
yeah,
way.
yeah. Mikaya's technically in. That would easily work as one of Yunaga's super combos or hyper combos, whatever the hell they're called.
Yep.
All right, Grid. Where's Yunaka? Who is she gonna knock out? That's Albus. That's Olimar. That's Ayumi Tachibana, Andy, Pooh, Giovanni, and Ephraim. They are all gone.
Olimar is the big one. Like,
Yeah.
wow.
And I think, yeah, there's no more Xenoblade either. We only have the one Xenoblade character that made it.
Oh well.
But let's see. Back to Capcom. We're going to 710. It's going to bring us to Frank West. We might get our
Finally.
Dead Rising rep here.
Maybe.
Let's see who he's going to be up against. All right. Frank West or Kyosuke Kagami.
Frank.
Harp Note or Classic Bass.
Base.
Yeah.
Yep.
Leo or Dr. Wily.
Dr. Wily.
Wait. Hold on. I fucked up. I erased Frank West to the Kyosuke at the top. I was like, wait a minute. Something doesn't
I
look
just
right.
noticed that. Yep.
Okay. Frank West or Bass.
Frank.
Frank West or Dr. Wily.
Gonna have to say Frank.
Yeah, me too.
There
Which
you
means
go.
Dr. Wily is out. But Frank West and Dead Rising are just really cool.
Yeah, I love him.
And he's really fun just to like he was really fun in Ultimate in BC3. It's like, yes, he's a fun fighter.
Definitely. Definitely. And I believe Tatsunoko as well, if I recall.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. Cool.
All right.
Wily's a big loss, but I mean,
Yeah,
that's well represented.
it is. I wish we could have had a villain form, but all Mega Man potential characters are out at this point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Also, it looks like all other Street Fighters are out. There's one more. There's two Fire Emblems still in position, but since we have Yunaka, I don't think they're gonna be priorities. And there's still a few Pokemon.
Okay.
And on Nintendo, our next one is going to be 8, which is going to be Byleth.
There you go. Let's see where these dice roll.
Indeed. And we've got some. Oh boy, we've got heavy hitters.
Mm-hmm.
All right, starting with Byleth or King Day to Day.
It is the Penguin Man.
Yeah. If we didn't have Yunake, this would be a harder, but easily now Day
Mm-hmm.
to Day.
Yeah.
Robin or Greninja.
Likewise, if we didn't have Yunaga, it would be harder. Greninja.
Yup. Takamaru or Drago.
How do you feel about that? I'm going to say Takamaru.
I'm gonna say Drago.
Okay. Uh, sure. Whatever.
Is
Let's do
that
it.
okay? King Day to Day or Greninja.
This is difficult, but um, I will say King DDD.
Yeah, I was looking at the franchises and trying to like think about it. I was like, you know what? I think King Day to Day,
Mm-hmm.
and then King Day to Day or Drago.
I wonder. It's King DDD again.
Yeah, yeah,
And just like Smash, we have the necessary trio.
yep.
That's all we're gonna get. Well, actually, maybe not.
I
Bandanity might
mean,
be on the board, so
yeah, Bandanity is still on the board and will be
okay.
after King Day to Day knocks people out. But let's see who he knocks out. Uh, Byleth, Robin, Greninja, Mimikyu, and KK Slater are all out. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna mention something here. You'll notice there's only one character left in the ninth column,
Mm-hmm.
which means Zale automatically is being added in right now.
Wow.
And that
Wow.
knocks out Fox.
Oh my gosh.
And
You know, I'm okay with that.
it's interesting for sure.
Yeah.
Uh wow. Okay. We'll go to Capcom before we look back at Nintendo again. We got to do a couple of these back to back. 7-3. It's going to bring us to Falcon. He's going to be our center point.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I need to probably do that. All right. So let's see who Falcon is going to be bringing up here. These ones I'm pretty unsure of how this is going to go. I'm actually extremely unsure with this grouping. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So starting with Falcon or Zephyr.
I'm gonna give Zephyr the nod since we already have Power Stone on the board.
Yeah, that's my thought too. Babyhead or Stavanasuke Akechi.
Summonosuke Akechi. Oh, he's the basically the lead of Onimusha. That's right.
Yeah,
It's gonna be Akechi then.
yeah. I mean, he's a basic samurai type. I think I'm not entirely sure. It looks like he's wielding two swords at least, so it's not just like a solo katana Virgil Takamaru Lin type,
Mm-hmm.
but a little bit different there.
Yeah.
Devilot or Hayato Kanzaki.
Hayato.
Yeah. Zephyr or Samanosuke.
Okay. Remind me of Zephyr. He's the Genji type.
Yes.
It looks like he also has some sort of dual wielding sword thing. So this is like weirdly equal. What do you think?
There's
Just one more.
also a version of him that wields energy chakrams, so they could incorporate both weapons.
Oh, interesting.
And so, like, without watching and playing this game, it's really hard for me to like judge these characters. I kind of just like picked the three that looked the most interesting to me.
Yeah.
But I would
This is
probably
weird.
say it.
I think.
I'd probably say X Primal, if only because it's a recent new thing from Capcom.
Yep, I was gonna say the same thing.
All right, and then Zephyr or Hayato.
Zephyr or new robot guy thing, or what you describe as like a Luke Skywalker character.
Kinda, yeah. At least with like the energy blade, at least.
Mm-hmm. Um, Zephyr is more interesting, arguably, but Hayato is also it's like a special little part of the brain it scratches.
Oh, apparently
Um,
Zephyrs isn't Source. They're Tonfa.
Interesting.
That makes him a lot more interesting to me.
Okay, Zephyr is my vote.
Yeah,
Sorry, Hayato.
I thought he was a Genji. I had that wrong. This is what happens when you don't know a game and you're doing your best.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see who Zephyr ends up knocking out then. Oh no, I'm sad. Falcon, BB-Head, Summonoski, Tessa, Nero, and
And
Firebrand are all out.
wow,
Sad.
Tessa's the big loss there for me.
Yeah, same. No Red Earth is gone.
Mm. Oh well.
All right, we're gonna make our last pick from the grid on Capcom 5-4. That is Batsu. I think I know who will come out the winner in this group, but we gotta run it through. It's gonna start out with Batsu versus Devilot.
Mm-hmm. And I have my lean there.
And it is,
Gonna Batsu.
yeah, Nathan Spencer or Tong Poo.
I'm gonna go Nate.
All right, Batsu or Nathan Spencer.
A little more interesting. What do you think?
I kind of think Batsu. I think he would fit better with the Nintendo crowd.
Okay.
And then Batsu or Franziska.
Speaking of fitting better with Nintendo crowd,
Franziska?
um, yeah, I mean, even though Rival Schools is coming back, like we already have made more controversial decisions.
Oh yeah. Plus, I mean, Capcom has talked about like they wanted to include Franziska and Tatsunoko, and I think she might have been discussed for Ultimate Marvel 3. I'm not sure about that.
Oh, interesting.
But that knocks out Nina. Tong and
Damn.
Batsu are all gone. But now, oh, I need to bring up the grid. Now we are at the interesting end. So, Nintendo. Will our last two choices be Bandana D and Takamaru, or Gardevoir and Drago?
um, I think Takamaru is by far the best character out of these four. Um, Drago is the funniest. Gardevoir is kind of like a nothing to me because, again, similar-ish to Mewtwo. And Bandanity is Bandanity.
Yeah.
Like, eh. Fights with a spear, but, eh. In this format. So you're saying it's Bandanity and Gardevoir Dragon Tech? No. What was it again?
It is Bandana D and Takamaru, or Gardevoir and Drago.
Okay. Um, do we just how many Pokemon do we have on the board already?
Pokemon wise, we have Pikachu, Mewtwo, and Dracovish. That's it.
Okay. It almost feels like Pokemon should have one more, but Gardevoir again is like an inessential. What are your thoughts?
Complicated. Complicated.
Yeah.
Um, I agree with you that, like, perfect world, the best two here would be Takamaru and Drago, but we don't get that. It's one of the two of them. And then between Bandanity and Gardevoir, neither one of them super excite me here. Um, but I think if I look at it as which series should have a fourth character between Kirby and Pokemon, it's Pokemon. And I think while we were
Mhm.
talking about like, oh, is Gardevoir could be similar to Mewtwo, and while that is true, I think there is enough to make Gardevoir different, especially when you take into account fairy typing.
Yeah, that's fair. E. Okay, then I'll punch in for Gardevoir and Drago.
Okay.
Again, characters I wouldn't have never suspected Drago, even though I voted for him most times.
It's like, oh, it's the funny dragon man. Wait, I'm actually gonna include the funny dragon man.
That's how it goes, and no one can escape the will of the grid.
The grid. Long live the grid. All
Just
right,
like
and
the
now,
clock in Toy Story.
but now we have another interesting thing here on the Capcom with our final spots, because there are two Star Gladiator characters, and we are guaranteed to get one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So Hayato Kanzaki and Nathan Spencer, or Bill Steen and Devilot.
Um, what's funny is Hayato and Nathan Spencer are the protagonists of the games, um, but they're up against two villain characters or villain-esque characters,
Mm-hmm.
and I think the villains are more compelling. What about you?
The weird thing here is Devilot. She's the weird one that makes a sticking point here because in Cyberbots, you're fighting as mechs, and Devilot is piloting a mech. So she would be like fighting in her mech. Here it would be Devilot. Which is the precedent set by Jin Tome in MVC2, where he fought as himself, and his mech was just brought in for some supporting attacks and his hyper combos. So
Mm-hmm.
Develop would have to work the same way. So I pulled up Develop's page here to try and like read through it to see if like, okay, could we bullshit something here for her fighting style? And I think you can. I don't know fully what it would be like, but something I'm reading here is that Develop, she's basically a spoiled princess, and she has two
Mm-hmm.
lackeys, a scientist and a wizard, that do things for her. So you know where this is taking my mind. I mentioned this earlier. Durancho from Tucson vs. Capcom, who had her two lackeys that she would summon out for attacks. So I'm picturing Devilot summoning her scientist, summoning her wizard to do things. And she might have some basic attacks, but like a lot of her stuff might be summoning them for some funny attacks. And then bring out her mecha for the supers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think her and Bilstein gives us two villains. I'm just gonna do a real quick count. How many villains are there compared to heroes on the Capcom side? So just give me a brief moment here. We have five villains on the Capcom side.
Wow.
Five. Now I'm gonna just kind of count the Nintendo side here. Just give me a moment. A little bit more on the Nintendo side, but kind of like between seven to nine, depending on how you count some characters like Meta Knight or Dracovish. I,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think it's a threat to nature, so I kind of counted it as a villain in that respect. Um, I mean, come on, but I still,
Yeah.
yeah, I think Devilot and Bilstein is kind of where I lean. I think that's a more interesting pair.
Lock him in.
Locking them in, we have our whole roster, and at this point, I will be editing over the video an image of our completed roster done in classic versus Capcom style with Nintendo or with Capcom characters all on the left, Nintendo characters all on the right. Because even though they call them like Marvel vs. Capcom, and the Capcom characters are always shown on the left. It's weird to me. I don't understand it, but that's how they do things, and
Mhm.
I don't feel like arguing against that. So I'm
Nor
gonna
am I.
I'm gonna I don't have that image made up yet, but it's gonna be thrown up on the video, so you'll be able to look at that. Uh, and then once I finish typing these on here, where'd she go? Devil out, where the hell did you go? There you go. We're gonna do one last read through of the entire roster, which won't match the image of the roster. I'm going in alphabetical franchise order here because that's how we have things written, just as we've been taking notes on this whole thing. In the roster image will be in an order that I decide looks cool. So our final roster for Nintendo versus Capcom Grid Edition is from Donkey Kong, from Earthbound, Ness, from Fire Emblem, Marth, Ike, Lindis, and Yunaka, from Golden Sun, Isaac, from Kid Icarus, Pit, from Kirby, Meta Knight, and King Dedede, from The Last Story, Zale, from The Legend of Zelda, Link, Zelda, and Ganon, from Magical Star Sign, Maka, from Metroid, Samus, from Pokemon, Pikachu, Mewtwo, Dracovish, and Gardevoir, from Ring Fit Adventure, Drago, from Splatoon, Inkling, from Star Fox, Wolf O'Donnell, from Super Mario, Bowser, Peach, Waluigi, from Xenoblade, Fiora, and from Yoshi. And then on the Capcom side of things, from Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright, and Franziska von Karma, from Breath of Fire, Ryu, from Cyberbots, Devilot, from Darkstalkers, Morrigan, from Dead Rising, Frank West, from Devil May Cry, Virgil and Dante, from Dragon's Dogma, The Arisen, from Exoprimal, Zephyr, from Final Fight, Mike Hagar, from Ghosts and Goblins, Arthur, from Mega Man, Roll.exe, Zero, Mega Man.exe, and Classic Mega Man, from Monster Hunter, Palico, from Okami, Amaterasu, from Power Stone, Rouge, from Resident Evil, Albert Wesker, Jill Valentine, and Nemesis, from Sengoku Basara, Mitsuhide Akechi, from Sanson, from Star Gladiator, Bilstein, from Street Fighter, Ryu, M. Bison, Chun Li, and Rashid, and from Strider, Hiryu. Those are our 30
Hooray!
Nintendo and 30 Capcom characters.
We'll see you next week when we up these numbers to 60 per.
I mean, we could, but this has already been a very long episode. But it's also been like a very experimental and kind of bonusy type of episode. So
Yeah,
with that,
it's fun.
it was fun. Maybe we'll do something like this again. I don't know. This did go a little long, but who knows? Let us know if you liked it. Maybe we'll do it with the
Please
grid
do.
style again, or some other new kind of roster mechanic. We'll see.
We shall. Goodbye, and Wamba be with you.
I told you no more Mwamba. This is a new season.